Hey there, everybody. It's Craig. Just getting started here in the weather room. Thanks everybody for joining. See a lot of familiar faces in here. I'm going to start off by addressing. Looks like that comment. Actually, maybe not there, but there was a reference that wasn't a hurricane; it was a tropical depression. So we'll start off with that being not true. Last update, which was 12 a.m. Mountain Time. 85 miles an hour, sustained winds, Category 1 Hurricane Hilary here. Again, this is not yet a below hurricane strength, at least as of last update by the National Hurricane Center. Hey there, K-Jack, Charm, Crony, David, and others. All right, so we'll get rolling here. So first off, just taking a look here to start off with the radar. You can see here as the hurricane works its way north up the Baja California, parallel to it, you're starting to see more and more precipitation moving in through Southern California, Southwest Utah, ultimately up into Southern Nevada as well. But as you look further to the south down here in northern Baja California, you can really start to see heavier intensity precipitation here that will be moving into Southern California here over the next 2 to 3 hours at most. So this is definitely working its way in. Another thing I want to note, when we were on 24 hours ago last night, we were talking about the tornado threat. They've started to talk a bit more about that now, and they have expanded, widened that risk area and added in the more elevated 5%. So this is what I was referring to last night, and expected to see that, and also wouldn't have been surprised to see that 5% come into play, and we are now seeing that with the latest Storm Prediction Center update. So you can see now that tornadic area, or the risk area here, goes from just east of San Diego and Oceanside, just east of Los Angeles. From there includes Las Vegas metro area in that tornado threat, and then all the way down across western southwest Arizona, and then more specifically that elevated 5% threat area for tornadoes. You can see here it's basically between Los Angeles, kind of between Los Angeles and Lake Havasu City here. So this will be the most primed area for the potential for tornadoes as the day goes on. BXM definitely will do that at some point. Thank you. So this gives you just a good idea here, again, around the heavier intensity precipitation. It is working its way northward here in the northern Baja California. That'll continue to work its way into Southern California. Already seeing some pretty good precip rates coming in just east of San Diego at this point. And that'll only increase in coverage and intensity through the remainder of the overnight hours, and in particular as we get into Sunday and as the day progresses on Sunday, especially midday Sunday into Sunday night is when we'll really see this this peak. So let's flip over here to our different update information. So I'm back out here and get some of the graphics up. We'll talk about the Atlantic in just a bit, but let's just zoom in here with Hilary and take a look at what we got going on. So as of 12 a.m. Mountain Time, so that's a pretty recent update here, just within the last hour or so. Maximum sustained winds 85 miles an hour, moving north-northwest at 20, so pretty much working right parallel to the coastline, Baja California coastline. You can see tropical storm force winds are all throughout the central and south central portions of the Baja California area there. Even crosses slightly into the mainland areas of Mexico. That is working its way north, those tropical storm force winds. And you will continue to see, again, conditions will deteriorate across Southern California as we get into the daytime hours, through the overnight, but especially tonight, but especially into the daytime hours on Sunday, and especially towards later in the day, Sunday and Sunday night, is when you'll see really this maximize and the most significant impacts by this storm. So you can see here hurricane warnings are in effect here along the Baja California coastline here in the Pacific side. So that is where the hurricane conditions are being felt, and you could see some storm surge coming into those areas here, since this is offshore here, and so you're still going to get some of that right front quadrant counterclockwise rotation into the coast there. So that'll be happening and is happening now. Tropical storm warnings go from northern Baja California all the way up through the Los Angeles area. Even a hurricane watch still looks like in effect here, almost all the way to the U.S.-Mexico border. Just south of there is where that hurricane watch and tropical storm warning is in effect. You can take a look here at, let's see if this gives a little bit cleaner view of the wind here. This is just showing the wind field here, but again, you can see this with this moving north-northwest in this manner. You got the tropical storm force winds are really not all that far now from the U.S.-Mexico border there at Southern California. So again, this is only going to go downhill in terms of the conditions as time moves on Sunday. If I go back real quick to the track on this, oops. You can see here, basically, they continue to show this weakening into a tropical storm before it gets to the California border. But either way, the center is intended, or is forecast, I should say, to pass near to just east of San Diego. So very similar to what we saw last night for the most part. Maybe just a nudge east here, from just a tad from what we saw last night. But pretty much in the same general proximity at this point. And then that'll push inland from there. But that area of uncertainty could take it all the way to Los Angeles, the center, or push it even further east, more into inland California. And that will help determine to what extent the precipitation impacts occur and where as we move along. Kelly, you're very welcome for the coverage. Thanks for joining. So, all right, so that's that. So let's continue to move along here. Let's look at wind speed probabilities. So this is a probability of tropical storm force winds coming into the area. And again, that's just directly associated with the actual circulation. There will be a broad gusty wind field that goes well inland, hundreds of miles inland. So it's going to be a broader area of wind than this really illustrates. And especially in the higher elevations, you're going to easily see gusts 60 plus miles an hour in those areas. You can see here this is all percentage here in terms of tropical storm force winds, but that only has continued to increase over the last 24 and 48 hours. Now, almost high certainty that tropical storm force winds will be coming in through this area here in Southern California, including the San Diego area and points inland from there and points north from there. So definitely going to get pretty decent way inland there into Southern California with those tropical storm force winds. Arrival time of winds, if we scroll down here, by 8 a.m. Sunday, you should see the tropical storm force winds here pretty much at the doorstep of Southern California at this point. Rainfall. So this is going to be the biggest issue with this cyclone. And probably the biggest thing to note here is, and the most significant change in forecast since yesterday, is the continued push northwestward of the forecasted heaviest precip shield here. So now you're looking at more from Los Angeles and San Diego up to about Bakersfield and inland from there, and then over to about the Las Vegas metro area, kind of the areas between Bakersfield, Los Angeles, San Diego, and then over to Las Vegas. That's going to be the area of maximum rainfall with this. You can see even some of the forecast here takes the 1 to 2+ inch totals out of even western Arizona, although based on what I'm seeing on some of the radar returns there, that might be a little underdone still in those areas. But nonetheless, all of these areas across southern, south central California into southern Nevada, very significant flooding, catastrophic flooding is likely in a number of areas here. You will see quite a bit of power outage activity, especially in some of the higher elevations in particular. Mudslides, landslide type situations there, flooding and burn scars, debris flows, all that kind of activity you will be seeing here as Sunday night, and especially Sunday night into Monday morning are occurring as this system is pushed through and really maximize that rainfall. You're also seeing now on their forecast how it pushes the heaviest rainfall totals, now further inland into Nevada, more into central Nevada as well. And really the area between Reno and Vegas, that area in between there is where the maximum rainfall will occur. So again, any of these areas here definitely are going to have significant problems from heavy rain, flooding, potentially historic flooding in some of these areas. You can see just inland from San Diego and Los Angeles metro areas, some of those totals there of basically 6 to 12 inches of rainfall expected in these areas here. Again, this is just east of LA and San Diego metro areas. And then also further north and northeastward up towards the California-Nevada border. Flash flooding potential. This gives you an idea of what we're looking at. You can see how this has significantly expanded since last night when we were on. But you can see that big slight risk area in yellow. Anywhere within the yellow has the potential for significant flooding, but in particular in the red area, and even more so in the pink. That's where the large area that's a high risk for excessive rainfall and flash flooding. These are the areas in particular where catastrophic flooding is likely in these locations. Flip over to key messages here from the National Hurricane Center. This was again this is still the key messages from 9 p.m. Mountain Time. So now with the latest update, but it's pretty much the same. Potentially historic rainfall, flash flooding, landslides, mudslides, debris flows. Early Sunday through early Monday, maximum time frame for potentially catastrophic flooding to occur. Tropical storm conditions will begin Sunday, as we talked about, probably Sunday morning here after sunrise. You will begin to see tropical storm conditions in Southern California. Camera 4, actually, of all the cameras that I have up here below my screen, camera 4, the bottom one, is actually the area that's in the greatest impact area as the day progresses. So that will be one that, especially after daylight hours, it will be quite interesting to see how that one looks. Life-threatening surf and rip conditions in some of the areas here as well. BXM, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Take a look at forecast model guidance. Again, here you are. This is all pretty much locked in at this point. It's been locked in for a good 24 plus hours. But this will track pretty much to near the San Diego area, maybe just east of San Diego, just a tad inland in Southern California there from San Diego. This will pretty much ride the coastline of the northern Baja into Southern California. Again, Category 1 hurricane at this point. This should weaken to a tropical storm once it gets up into this more northern portion of the Baja California, and then is still forecast to be a tropical storm as it makes landfall across far southern California there near just east of San Diego. And then you can see there the center works its way inland from there. Go to the Weather Prediction Center here. Get this refreshed. So that's our day 1. Let's go to day 2 here. This gives you a larger scale perspective of where flash flooding is most likely. Again, same view pretty much that you just saw. This gives you a little bit of a view further north here. And again, as we talked about last night as well, you can even see some significant flooding much further north in through Idaho and southwest Montana with this as well. So a large area here at risk of heavy rain, flash flooding, and then especially in the moderate risk red or the pinkish high risk area here, that is where your catastrophic flooding is most likely. Refresh some of our forecast models and take a look at what some of them are saying on those precip totals and how that's changed. That's an outdated run here. Let's get the latest run in there. So some of this, again, it's more directional guidance than anything. And I would use it as just a guide. And actually, let me jump way ahead on this one. This one's still running here. Let's go to, I guess that's the last full, more lengthy run until this one finishes. So if we go back and look at that. This is about a 48-hour run here. Again, this gives you an idea. This is just general guidance. This isn't going to necessarily show the exact more extreme areas, but you can see here again, pretty much in the outlined area, this is showing where you got half a foot or more of rain expected. So you got your Los Angeles and San Diego areas down here to the south, and then as it pushes inland here, that's where that most intense totals will be seen, and where that catastrophic flooding is most likely, and then that extends into Nevada here as well. So you can just see as time progresses here on Sunday. We see this working its way inland here. So that's that whole area with the tropical storm at that point. Working its way through. Friendly, do you think bad flooding could trigger earthquakes? No, I'm not. I'm not thinking that's going to be an issue with this in terms of that actually could occur. Bluebell, that's a great point. Folks should definitely be definitely very aware of any of the flooding situation that can occur with this, and be very very alert, especially if you're in areas that you know flooding has occurred historically, or that you've had in the past in much less significant situations than this. Take a look at this here in terms of cloud cover. In fact, let me there's multiple tropical waves in the Atlantic. We haven't even talked roughly about, even close to about that yet. Zoom in here on this now. This really gives you an idea here. You can see this down again in the central portion of the Baja California at this point, the center of circulation. Hurricane Category 1 Hurricane Hilary. You can see that this is moving pretty much right along the coast, is going to, and then move pretty much parallel along the coastline of the Baja California. But when you really look at the size of this in terms of the moisture moving north, you can see how this it's like just flooding its way, actually no pun intended on that one, northward. The cloud cover and precip with this, and really impacts of it. You can see how it goes all the way up here, and then even gets caught up here and blows way east here all the way into North Dakota. One thing I wanted to briefly look at here real quick is just, again, I don't want to be neglecting the Atlantic, but here is the Atlantic currently, loaded with Tropical Depression 6, multiple other tropical waves. Tropical depression could form in the western Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Texas, or along the Texas-Mexico border near Brownsville by early to mid this coming week. So that's going to be another thing to watch. That would be a rainfall threat as well. Hey Zeus there, appreciate the super chat very much appreciated. But multiple areas here to watch out in the Atlantic. Tropical depression likely to form by the middle of this coming week in this area here on the this disturbance. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. In particular, Puerto Rico is going to need to be watched with this one as this develops, in particular with a rainfall threat there. Another activity over the Atlantic. Tropical depression likely to form later today on that one. So just very active out here. As you would expect, though, the tropics, this is the normal time that they wake up at this point. So by no means is this unexpected to see all of this starting to occur. Yes, and I did see that too. Charm, I see a number of folks posting about that with California, with the state of emergency. It was actually, I didn't get a chance to look at further. There was some strong, severe thunderstorm activity earlier inland California here. You can actually see more of this precip further to the north here as well, being supported by the hurricane. But somewhere, I think, between Fresno and Bakersfield earlier, I think there was at least a funnel cloud. I didn't look beyond that to see if anything further occurred. And then there were some severe thunderstorm warnings even further to the north and northwest of Fresno. But heavy rainfall activity in some of these areas here now, near Bakersfield and just to the northwest of there. Hey there, Todd. Thanks for joining. So far, power outages at this point in time, we haven't gotten into the core of this as of yet. So you're not seeing a whole lot in the way of power outages. Seen a little bit showing up in far southern California there along the U.S.-Mexico border, but not really much yet, and not expecting that to have been on here just yet. We'll start to see that certainly increase later on Sunday and the Sunday night. Can split the screen on this. Let's take a look at precip totals, see what it's showing on any of these areas here. Some isolated areas in here that have gotten an inch to inch and a half of rainfall here. Especially just northwest of Bakersfield. See some areas there, a good inch and a half plus. See some totals well southeast of Bakersfield. Over 2 inches in isolated areas there are estimated by Doppler. Let's go further south here and take a look at this. Here's some of those isolated totals from earlier. Again, you can see along Route 58 here. right along there, that stretch there, you're seeing some 2-inch plus totals from that isolated activity. That has since moved on out of that area, at least for now, precip-wise. If we go further to the south, actually, let's check in on the Vegas area. It does look like the Vegas radar is back up and running, thankfully. A lot of precip going on here. It's coming well inland now. You can see the wet roadways on the Las Vegas camera, the third one down, camera 3. You split the screen here and take a look at rainfall totals so far in this area. It's back in motion here. So again, this is what you're going to just see continuing to occur pretty much ongoing now over the next 24 hours. Probably 24 to 36 hours in these areas. Just a constant plume of moisture coming in with the hurricane. Boxing magic. You're saying it's going to break down before it hits San Diego. So the hurricane itself, its intensity is on the downtrend in terms of, it was a major Category 4 at its peak to Category 1 now. It'll weaken to a tropical storm when it comes into Southern California there, near just east of San Diego. But that won't really matter as it pertains to catastrophic flooding. Whether it's a tropical storm or whether it's a stronger, that's not going to make any difference here really with this in terms of the rainfall. That's going to happen regardless. And wind is still going to be an issue in many of these areas, especially at higher elevations. You are going to have damaging winds, especially at those higher levels. 60 plus mile an hour gusts. Hey there, Scott. Thanks for joining. And again, as you go, should be able to show more into the Baja California here. For areas around San Diego and kind of just east of there, this big plume coming in here associated with Hurricane Hilary this is when conditions will begin to really start to deteriorate as this activity works its way into the San Diego area and just east of there. And then again, for those who just joined, the areas that are outlined here within this green area, this green line, and then especially within the brown line here. This is outlined by the Storm Prediction Center for the tornado threat area as the day progresses on Sunday and as more of the circulation gets into Southern California. There is going to be a threat of isolated tornadoes. And greatest threat of that is going to be here within the brown circle area. That's where you have a more elevated tornado threat. We can look at rainfall, getting some questions on that, it looks like. So Los Angeles, for example, in terms of flooding, so Los Angeles metro area is in the moderate risk of excessive rainfall and flash flood threat. So should definitely be taking this very seriously in the LA and San Diego areas in terms of rainfall. A solid 2 to 4 inches is expected in the Los Angeles area. And then as you get just inland from there, you get into totals of 4 to 6, and even it's probably in a little more of the higher elevation there, but you're getting into 6 to 10, and even some potentially 10 plus inch totals just east of Los Angeles. Richard, thanks for joining. You're in downtown San Diego and you got light rain starting. That will definitely continue to increase in intensity. Again, as I was showing this before here, you could see a much heavier plume of precipitation coming in out of the northern Baja. Circle right there. That will really start to work its way into San Diego probably by daybreak, maybe sooner. And then you'll really start to see, I think, for most of these areas, that's when conditions will really begin to deteriorate. For those of you that are new, thanks for joining. Thanks for checking us out. We do this kind of coverage all over the United States for hurricanes, severe weather, winter storms, pretty much anything weather-wise that occurs in the United States. We got it covered. We also do live storm chasing periodically, and we'll stream that, and then also run the channel's dashboard mostly 24/7 as well. So if you find this valuable and a good use of your time or valuable information, best thing you can do to acknowledge us here and what we're doing and support the channel is to subscribe and turn on those notifications and share with others. Jay. Sounds like that as well. I'm seeing some other folks saying the same thing there about the rain in San Diego starting. Again, really you'll see this start to move in here. And again, even if you're further along, if you're along the California-Nevada border and up towards the Vegas area, again, as we looked at the radar there, thankfully they got that radar back up. It had been down due to a lightning strike yesterday. Hey there, Mark. Thanks for tuning in from New Zealand. Hope everything is going all right for you over there. Mr. Grimm, thanks for checking in from New Orleans. And you can see the precip here in the Vegas area. It actually gets all the way up into far southwest Utah as well. Pockets of heavy precip here underway. If we go further to the south and west, you can see, at least as of right now, much of this is west of Phoenix metro area. If we go even further south here, so right now not seeing much. We're really going to need to zero in on the radars that are, again, over here. This is where you're really going to see the concentration of activity. As you mentioned earlier, there had been strong to severe thunderstorms in other parts of California as well earlier. Even funnel cloud, I think it was a funnel cloud report between Fresno and Bakersfield, I believe. You can see this precip here pushing north between San Francisco and Fresno. That area continues to slowly work its way northwest there. Some other precip up in the Tahoe area. We're just working our way around all the different radars here. And you can see some pretty heavy precip here. Just inland here from Santa Cruz, well, ways inland from Santa Cruz and Santa Maria, kind of between there and Fresno and Bakersfield. So kind of, again, in this area here where you see that. Kind of got this going over the same areas here right now. Kind of this area here is getting repeated rainfall over similar areas here, so that'll start to add up. Johnny, I I would have to disagree with you on that one. Inland, even from where hurricanes come ashore, if you think about typically in the Atlantic coast of the U.S. or in Gulf of Mexico, you can get catastrophic flooding. Way, way inland, you can get catastrophic flooding from a hurricane or even the remnants of a hurricane hundreds or more miles inland. And depending on the intensity of a hurricane, you can get very destructive winds well inland as well. And even in this case, there's going to be strong winds that get well inland on this, and this is coming in as a tropical storm. Those higher elevations, you'll see winds gusting in excess of 60 plus miles an hour. So those are damaging winds. I mean, those Just those speeds can do that. And then add in elevation to it with wind and torrential or catastrophic flooding, and that's going to create big problems. Hey there, Devin. Good to see you. Amber Life? No, I did not catch that actually. So yeah, this heavy precip here is all along Interstate 5, I-5, west of Bakersfield, west of Fresno. Continues to kind of work over the same area here. On the San Diego radar, we zoom in down here. You can see it's starting to show the heavier precipitation working its way towards the California-Mexico border there near San Diego. That will continue to work its way in. We saw there's a larger area of heavy precip coming in off the Baja. But San Diego, your light rain will increase in intensity here over the next few hours, certainly. Johnny, and you know, I don't. A lot of folks don't. I don't even think realize that really. There tends to be the focus for hurricanes, and for good reason at the coasts, for example, with like a Hurricane Ian, and you see the destruction that something like that does. And that obviously was a much more powerful hurricane coming into a coast there. But yeah, the impacts of any sort of tropical system doesn't even have to be a hurricane, and it actually doesn't even have to be a tropical storm. You could have a tropical depression that creates major flooding issues. Any of those tropical systems are just prolific rainfall producers. So yeah, again, San Diego area, if you're in that vicinity, heavier precip working its way in from the south-southeast. Right now, as a number of you from the area there are watching, have mentioned light rain in the area. The darker greens and yellows are representing heavier precipitation rates. Looks like it's been coming down pretty good. And with some decent wind there on the bottom camera. You can't really see anything there. That's, again, an elevated view. Very nice view during the daytime hours. But I've been definitely seeing a lot of sideways rain going there at that camera, which looks like it may even just froze here just now. I think that's been coming kind of in and out with the wind and precip occurring there. Jenna, no doubt, I'm sure people were definitely in that mode of stock up. And again, if I flip over here to the radar, just to the southeast, east-southeast there, San Diego. Here you can see, again, this is even more heavier precip working its way in. And same thing here, you can see this precip, I mean, it'll just kind of be riding over the same area as it moves in. This is all working its way inbound towards San Diego and Southern California as a whole. And we're only going to see that continue and get more intense as the day progresses. Again, look, working our way north, again, even the Vegas area. See the wet roadways on camera 3 below me there. Devin, I'd say by midday, I think you'll start to see that really ramp up. Mr. Grimm, yeah, Death Valley. It's going to be interesting to see those areas, exactly how some of that plays out. I might try to quickly find that, and if I can pull that up, I will. Take a quick look for that, actually. Taking a quick glance off side screen here to see if I can find anything of interest to show everybody that's been posted on social media at all. Yeah, not much out there yet. No doubt, as we get it further into Sunday and Sunday nights, certainly when we're on tomorrow night, we'll definitely be seeing a lot more on social media of footage and so forth from significant flooding. Yeah, definitely don't want to miss the fact that there could be a tropical depression forming in the western Gulf of Mexico by early to mid this coming week. That would be a heavy rainfall producer for potentially the coast of Texas there in particular, if that forms and moves inland from there. Hides, yeah. So you start talking about rainfall totals. If I flip back over here, anywhere in the dark green here as rainfall totals of 2 to 4 inches, and then within that, any of the yellows, you're starting to get 4 to approaching half a foot, and then in the orange and reds, you're looking at upwards of 10 to potentially even a foot of rain in some of those areas. I mean, that's, if you think about, for example, Death Valley, let's use them. Death Valley typically gets a little over 2 inches of rain a year. So if you think about it that way, in a year, Death Valley gets a little over 2 inches of rain. And right now, there's an entire area here that's within this dark green, 2 to 4 inches of rain, and then amounts of half a foot up to 10 to 12 inches even possible in some areas that are more localized. So imagine the magnitude of that. I mean, these areas here and where Death Valley is, right in the heart of these heavier totals here of a half a foot even or more, potentially. D, thanks for the compliment there. And yes, a tropical storm or tropical depression can be incredibly destructive with the rainfall. And sometimes a fast-moving, low-end hurricane could actually produce less than a slower-moving tropical depression or tropical storm. It's kind of like a good analogy to it would be another weather analogy would be in the wintertime with snowfall. So areas, not sure what we got going on there on that Las Vegas camera. Looks like some sort of an incident going on there. Got cars sideways there. Not sure. This looks like probably spinouts in the rain there. What it most likely appears to be. I see a lot of people out on the side of the highway there. Cops are obviously got a lane or two there of the highway. Look like they're closed, blocked. Looks like I see a full-size van that's sideways, and then I see a passenger vehicle that's partially facing the opposite way in the median there. About a dozen people standing on the side of the road there, side of the highway. Appreciate the feedback there, Heids. Glad that you enjoy the channel and what we're doing here. Camera above Las Vegas is Palm Springs. Mr. Grimm, yes, you guys do get a lot there in the New Orleans area, no doubt about that. And certainly being below sea level in any situation creates worse risks for flooding and water type impacts, obviously. I said, unfortunately, we can't really see much on that camera 4 there. But that is inland and east of Los Angeles or San Diego areas, where some of that precipitation has gotten into now. And it's you can see this, there's been a lot of sideways rain going there. It's actually located northeast of San Diego. And it's a bit elevated there as well. So again, yeah, back to example, I got sidetracked there a bit on Death Valley, averaging over a little bit over 2 inches of rain a year in an area here that could get several inches of rain over the next 36 hours or so. So again, the roads are wet there in Vegas. Obviously, you can see there's some pretty steady rainfall that's pouring into the Vegas area at this point. Again, you can see that there's on the camera there, it's zoomed in on what appears to be a spin out there as conditions deteriorate in the area there. My assumption is that it's rain related. Could be wrong though. See if I can find. Oh yeah, here is camera 4. You can see where camera 4 is here. If I pause this for a second, the one that's got sideways rain going at this point, it's in this vicinity right here. So you can see it's getting an even heavier rain here shortly, coming in from Hurricane Hilary. This area is also just outside, it's in the tornado risk. And just outside the more elevated tornado risk that runs along Interstate 10 there. And that tornado risk will ramp up towards midday on Sunday, and then as Sunday afternoon and evening progresses. Ray, did not know that. Known for its apple growing there. Wind should be picking up as the day progresses on Sunday, especially Sunday afternoon and the evening. You'll really start to see that. If I flip back over here to the National Hurricane Center and we take a look at the where the tropical storm force winds are showing up at. So the area in orange here is tropical storm force winds, and then the small area here in red is where hurricane force winds are remaining. But you can see here, this is about where and probably just a bit north of that now, since this is a couple hours outdated in terms of the time that this map was made here. But this is the edge of the tropical storm force winds, and those are moving their way north-northwest towards the U.S.-Mexico border there in California. So to give you kind of an idea mileage-wise, tropical storm force winds at this point are probably about, it appears the tropical storm force winds are about south of this line generally. Maybe I'm a little slightly further north than it is, but we just say that. Roughly from San Diego, tropical storm force winds just say roughly 250 miles to the south-southeast of San Diego at this point, and moving their way north-northwest. So again, once this gets in here, then you'll really start to see majorly downhill conditions in the San Diego area and points just east of there. Working our way a little further north in California, this is where I was also showing that area of precipitation that's generally been moving along I-5, west of Fresno, along and west of Bakersfield there. So definitely some decent precipitation totals kind of piling up in this narrow corridor here. Right in there, you can see how it just keeps moving generally over the same area, pretty much right along I-5. Looks like there's some embedded thunderstorm activity in there as well. I think we're seeing some of the lightning associated with that kind of showing up right in the area here. And then I'm seeing definitely an uptick in lightning occurring in the northern and north central Baja California, associated with that heavier area of precip. Again, that's that area that once that gets in, that's really when we start getting into the more significant portion of this really cranking up. Put this back in motion. You're not really able to see it on the radars here yet, but where that much more intense activity is right now appears to be. It has a significant amount of lightning with it as well. Appears to be right in this area here, so you're not seeing it from the radar, but this is where there's a lot of lightning coming in. I can see it on the lightning feed. So we're seeing the initial areas of heavier precip coming in out in front of that, and then as it comes in, we should start to see this area filling in here just to the northwest of this box that I drew. This is where there's heavy thunderstorm activity with intense rainfall that's just outside of the radar coverage area that we're unable to see at this point, but it's definitely there. Appreciate everybody joining. If you're new to the channel, thank you for tuning in. Glad to have you here. Obviously, we're covering Hurricane Hilary on its approach and movement up the Baja California towards Southern California. Our channel here does this kind of coverage for severe weather, hurricanes, winter storms all over the United States. So we do this when necessary and when we're able. Also get out live streaming storm chases in the field. So you'll see us out there periodically as well doing that. And then we run the channel pretty much 24/7 as well, even when we're not on. So if you find that kind of coverage valuable, you're into the weather or just like to stay informed of warnings and updates, emergency type info, best thing you can do to acknowledge us is to subscribe and turn on those notifications. That would really help us out. Flip back here. We'll be getting a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Should be 3 a.m. Mountain Time. So another, probably within the next 45-50 minutes. Oftentimes, weather-wise, those few folks out in California, a lot more of our viewers tend to be from the eastern half of the United States, where there's often severe weather and tornadoes and all that kind of activity, winter storms and so forth. But we do cover California. Our channel was covering all of the Pineapple Express / atmospheric rivers back earlier this year. We were on that pretty much every day, 24/7. During all of that, we had live cameras, radars, and all that going. So we were doing that, but I think a good chunk of our folks are in the eastern half of the U.S. up to this point. But we cover everywhere, so an event like this doesn't matter where it is. We're on it. So again, you can see here, this was the midnight Mountain Time update from the National Hurricane Center. At the time, they had maximum sustained winds at 85 miles an hour. That's a Category 1 hurricane. And that's moving north-northwest at 20, so it's accelerating its movement northward. And you can see here, again, it shows the area in orange is the outlined area of tropical storm force winds as of midnight Mountain Time. This Hilary will weaken to a tropical storm here, may even be tropical storm potentially at the next update. We'll see. My guess, if I guess on the next update, I'm going to put it at 75 or 80 on the maximum sustained wind, so at the low end of that Cat 1. And then that'll weaken to a tropical storm. Looks like we're having some issues there. on camera 3. Yeah, power outage wise on the California map there that you can see on the top. Right now, that it shows, not much yet. We haven't gotten to where we're into the heart of this, even close just at this point. So, not seeing a lot. It's a little bit. It looks like there's something going on. I'm not even sure what was occurring. If it was storm conditions or it must be something else going on up there in the far northwest portion of the state. Shows that might be like some sort of a blackout, it would appear. Whereas far southern California and those areas there west or east of San Diego, that 2 counties over, second county over there, that starting to show some power outages a little bit there. And that would make sense with some of the activity that's been coming through there. But you'll see this map start to become more colorful, especially far southern California with the power outages throughout the day and certainly later in the day and Sunday evening and beyond. Take care of this camera that's down. I keep Vegas on that one, but we gotta refresh it or switch. Got a different view here of Vegas. Pull up. This is a good view. This gives there we go. Might switch up camera 4 as well here for now. That'll be good for daytime hours. So let me take care of that one as well. See what I can find here. See here. Right, Pine Cove. Let's see here. All right. Got that camera up as well. All right, so we're better shape there. All right, let me catch up on some comments here now that I got that taken care of. Charm, yes, that is now camera 4. So back to the view here again. We'll get an update on this from the National Hurricane Center here in about 45 minutes. 3 a.m. Mountain Time is when that will come through. But yeah, those tropical storm conditions are working their way north. They're getting into the northern half now of the Baja California Peninsula. Hurricane warnings in effect along portions of the coast there in Mexico. Hurricane watches along with tropical storm warning up even further north in the peninsula there and on the coast there in Mexico. And that the hurricane watch goes just to the south actually of San Diego, probably within about 50 to 100 miles south at most is where the northern end of that hurricane watch is. But they're also under that tropical storm warning. But the hurricane will weaken into a tropical storm as it makes landfall here into Southern California. This will be somewhere near to just a bit east of San Diego is what it looks like.
There is one new special marine warning.
That'll wake us up. And then flash flood potential. Looks like they've actually updated this one. So this shows greatest flash flood potential over the next 3 days. So they kind of combine this map as a combined view of the next 3 days. So you can see, again, anywhere in the pink area here, this is high risk for significant to potentially catastrophic flooding. In these areas here of Southern California into Southern Nevada. The red is moderate risk of excessive rainfall and flash flooding and the potential for significant to catastrophic flooding in some of these areas as well. Highest risk of that is in the high risk area, certainly. But flash flooding is also a threat through this entire area in yellow over the next, at some point over the next 3 days, depending on timing. Certainly Sunday and Monday is going to be more on the southern portions here in California, western Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. And then as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, you'll see more of that flood threat extending north in the eastern Oregon, Idaho, and into western Montana. Ray, it's funny. So like there haven't been, thankfully we haven't had to deal with severe thunderstorm or other warnings for the most part coming through while we've been covering this anywhere else in the country. It's kind of ironic because we've been nonstop with warnings for the last 2 months. And then now in the last few days here, there's been very little that's come through. But yeah, when we're doing our tornado warning coverages that we'll do for other parts of the country, yeah, that'll make sure that folks take note, although that was a little louder than I anticipated. I think I had the sound up a little bit too loud on my end, and it made it worse. Lynette, that'll only go off once on here. At least when I'm on, it'll go off once like it did with that emergency alert. If I have the NOAA weather radio on, then they do it multiple times before they sound the solid tone and then go into whatever that warning is. So anyway, again, large area here that has the threat for flash flooding. But again, especially in central and southern Nevada, and especially from the California-Nevada border, kind of in the Death Valley area there, and near to just west of Las Vegas, and points south through most, if not all, of Southern California, has the potential for significant flash flood risk, or has the significant flash flood risk, potential for very heavy rainfall, as we've been talking about, and locally catastrophic flooding in some of these areas. And here's the near-term rainfall totals. So this just gives you an idea again where what the kind of totals that are forecast are, but again widespread 2 to 4 inch totals, with many areas receiving 4 to 10 plus inches of rain, depending on location and exactly where the storm goes over the center there. As we talked about, many of these areas, especially in some of the areas around Death Valley, could potentially get double, triple to quadruple their annual rainfall within a matter of about 24 to 36 hours. Annual, double, triple to quadruple the annual rainfall totals there in a year, in one day, basically, to a day and a half. Yeah, and Billy, it's interesting the like you're saying, the build up for this, and you don't really get certainly this type of system or storm system in California. In fact, it was the first ever tropical storm warning that's been issued for Southern California by the National Hurricane Center. And the first ever high risk for excessive rainfall by the Weather Prediction Center. This is one of those scenarios, like you think about the horrible situation that occurred in Hawaii and Maui recently, including the significant loss of life and just kind of all the awful images that everyone's seen. That was something that no one even was, it didn't even seem like there was really any talk about what was even happening there until after the fact, when you saw all of a sudden, on many news stations, hey, here's the news, and oh, by the way, these towns are gone. So when a scenario like this obviously isn't a wildfire scenario we're talking about here, but when you have the potential for life-threatening or catastrophic flooding, flash flooding can cause significant damage and loss of life, depending on if you get where it is, how it's occurring, and kind of population in the area there. So better to be on top of this and make sure that people really understand the threat that is there, and that is a very real possibility in many of these areas. Devin, I do feel like this is a bit underdone on the precip totals along the Arizona California border. I think towards Phoenix, I think you're right. But along the California-Arizona border, we've been seeing on the radar, let me flip back over. Let's see where I'm at here. Go one north to Vegas's radar here for a moment. Well, like for example here, that showed not a lot of precip there along the California-Arizona border, but if you look here, Lake Havasu City has been in steady to heavy rainfall for several hours here, and that adds up. Jen with 2 N's. How are the winds looking for Western Inland Empire? Well, so tropical storm warnings in effect, and then further to the east there, you're kind of on the border of those tropical storm warnings. I think actually the whole area there is tropical storm warning, but there's also wind and high wind type advisories and warnings in the area in general. I would definitely be prepared, especially if you're in any sort of higher elevation area, for gusty to potentially damaging winds. I think in those higher elevations is where you have the greatest threat of winds of 50 to 60 plus gusting, some 60 to 70 plus. But I think, area wide here, you're going to be able to see tropical storm force gusts pretty much all over these areas as this moves in. So again, a lot of this precip has gotten well inland here, all the way up into the Vegas area. You see on the camera 3 there. Highways are wet there. All the roads are wet there in Vegas with all the precip in the area there right now. If we move further to the north and we look at far southwest Utah around St. George, heavy precip in the area there, just west of Cedar City, Utah. And again, I know I've been trying not to hit so much on this one around the fact that, well, yes, it was a major hurricane, and it's, the wind intensity of the hurricane itself, and eventually it'll weaken a tropical storm, is coming down as it moves north. The wind is still a significant threat, and regardless of all of that, regardless of whether it's categorized as a tropical storm, a depression, whatever, catastrophic rain will occur with this. So the intensity of the pure sustained winds as it's connected to a tropical system, while important, is not going to be the main story with this anyway. And Jen there, I would just prepare, and this would be one of those scenarios, especially if you're used to the Santa Ana winds, I would just a little over prepare yourself, and then if it ends up being less, then you can be like, hey, you experienced it, and at least what you went through wasn't as bad. But better to be prepared in these scenarios and expect more, whether it verifies or not. I say the same thing more locally when we do live coverage for folks that are in the path of severe thunderstorms or tornado warnings. Downstream of the actual warnings that are issued, I'll always mention to folks like, hey, you're not in a warning currently. It could be coming into your area. Proceed as though you are in a warning. Prepare for it that way. Do what you need to do, or prepare yourself or your family or whatever, however you need to. And then if it ends up weakening or doesn't get quite to that extent, then awesome. But at least you were ready. Definitely don't want it the other way around. Reno getting in on rain here. Heavy rain over central Nevada at this point as well. So this is reaching well north inland now, at least the precipitation. You can even see this getting up into northeast Nevada. Kind of just cruising around here looking at where the rain's getting to here. West of Reno and in the Tahoe area there is getting in on some rainfall at this point. East of Sacramento's got some shower activity. Start to get into that heavier precip that I was talking about in central California along I-5. West of Fresno and near and west of Bakersfield. So again, this area here, This narrow area here has been getting some training precipitation, and training referring to precipitation and thunderstorm cells that move over the same area repeatedly. That's what you're seeing here in this little box that I drew. It's right along I-5. Again, that's from east of San Jose to down to the Bakersfield area along I-5. Embedded thunder in that as well. A little bit of embedded thunder in that. Not quite as much as there was earlier with some of this activity. I think where we're looking at any sort of thunderstorm activity right now is probably right, it looks like right in this area here. Then we work our way south here. Go back to the San Diego radar here. Again, this heavier area of precipitation in the northern Baja California is closing in here on San Diego area. So that'll be really when you really start to get underway in a little more significant way with this is going to be when this activity starts to get in. So kind of give you an idea on how far out this is mileage wise. Some of this heavier precipitation right now is roughly about 80 miles southeast of San Diego at this point. And then south of there is when the tropical storm force winds begin. If I kind of estimate where it's at based on the last Hurricane Center update, tropical storm force winds are down in this area and then points south. So think about that way. This is all where that tropical storm activity is now, and that'll continue to lift its way northward over the coming hours. Let's see if we're starting to get more not seeing it yet, but in looking at the lightning feed, there is a lot of lightning with intense thunderstorm and heavy precipitation activity. Looks like, I'm trying to just give a general sense for where. So within this box area here, it's outside. Most of this is outside of the radar, but in this area here, especially down in here, a lot of lightning showing up there, heavy thunderstorm activity, and again, that'll be moving north-northwest towards Southern California, extreme southwest Arizona, but especially Southern California over the coming hours. So yeah, really then, if you put it into perspective, tropical storm activity is in the south of this line here that I just drew, and then in this kind of rectangle, kind of bad rectangle, but rectangle, that's where you have heavy thunderstorm activity associated with Hurricane Hilary at this point, the northeast portions of the storm. And really, once that activity starts to push in over the next several hours, that is when you'll begin to really see that tornadic threat increase as well. And as you can see here, Storm Prediction Center and areas within the green line, anywhere inside of that, has a tornado threat for Sunday. And within that is also a more elevated threat here in the brown circle. So again, you can see where that is here. That's going to have the greatest tornado threat as the day progresses. Also looks like they issued a Meso-scale precipitation discussion. Let's take a look at that. So here is this is a busy map, busy of what's on here, but this is from the Weather Prediction Center. This was issued, let me back this up for a second. This was issued at 3:20. This was issued in the last 15 minutes. This is them giving an update on the situation in terms of rainfall. And again, you can see down here, here is the center of Hilary. That's moving its way as they've drawn it here and as we've been showing along and parallel to the coast. As they're showing it, the area in the pink here. So this is, again, these are these high risk areas that they've already outlined in Southern California, just east of Los Angeles and San Diego metro areas. This is where they're calling out the most favored area for historic and catastrophic rainfall and flooding. Scattered and numerous areas of flash flooding are likely to develop as Hurricane Hilary accelerates northward. And as they're showing down here, this is the area I was just drawing in that rectangle. This is what that's the area they're showing. It's really going to start pouring in the heavy precip into southwest Arizona and in particular into Southern California and Southern Nevada over the next several hours. And let's see what their discussion actually says. So areas affected: Southeast California, Southern Nevada, heavy rainfall, flash flooding likely. Localized hourly rates up to 1 inch per hour expected, with totals of 2 to 4 inches expected through 1 p.m. Central. So that would be basically through the morning hours, just through the morning hours, localized totals of 2 to 4 inches. And so discussion, they're referring to historic rainfall events set to begin. Very strong low-level moisture transport northwestward from the abnormally warm Gulf of California. Kind of perusing this. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a significant flooding event, no doubt about it. Still not seeing much in the way of social media stuff yet. Okay, so they're mentioning, so again, let me back it up here. Historic rainfall events set to begin across the southwestern U.S. early this morning. Strong moisture transport coming up from the Gulf of California with abnormally warm Gulf of California. precipitable water levels. Locally already near all-time record levels. So just think of that as like the amount of moisture that's available or in the air if you kind of rang it out. It near all-time record levels of that at Yuma. And that's with records and soundings dating back to 1955. And then same thing in Vegas dating back to 1951. That's how much moisture there is to work with and available. And they're saying it's forecast to increase beyond these record levels. High-resolution model guidance is painting a very concerning picture as a result of this rare setup. Localized totals of up to 4 inches through the morning hours in some of the areas there. Just through the morning hours. Along the eastern southern slopes of the mountain ranges there. They actually mentioned, so even Death Valley, a little over 2 inches annually, but at Death Valley National Park, 1.48 inches is the entire annual average precipitation at Death Valley National Park. In 6 hours, the totals that are going to occur most likely at Death Valley, just in 6 hours, are going to exceed and potentially double the annual rainfall in Death Valley. With an uptick of hourly rainfall rates of up to 2 inches per hour once you get into the midday from about noonish time frame on. Significant flash flooding will begin. Eventual catastrophic flash flooding developing, particularly along the eastern and southern slopes of the mountain ranges. So the Weather Prediction Center is really hammering this now that we're about to get underway here with a historic and probably catastrophic flooding event in some of these areas of Southern California and Southern Nevada. So again, if you're in any of these areas, especially if you're in the areas that were referenced that are on the eastern and southern slopes of the mountain ranges there, definitely you're going to want to make sure that you are ready to go here. I mean, just thinking about that, it's just hard to fathom somewhere that gets less than 2 inches of rain per year getting potentially double that amount in 6 hours. Let's take a look at the, they should have the new update or close to. Let's take a look. See if it's in. Not yet. Coming soon. Coming soon, we should get that. So again, very ominous wording by the Weather Prediction Center here for the historic rainfall event and flooding event that's about to get underway here. And as I mentioned, so you have Hilary down here, the center around the central and north central Baja California peninsula here with that counterclockwise circulation. and abnormally warm Gulf of California here. And that's where you're seeing all that heavy thunderstorm activity that I was referring to before I started looking at this, where I drew that rectangle. That's going to just pour into the area there of Southern California here over the next few to several hours, and then that's really when we're going to begin this situation. Appreciate those of you that have joined. If you're new to the channel, thanks for checking us out. We provide this kind of coverage regularly and run the channel 24/7 for the most part. If you want to help us out, please subscribe, turn on notifications, share with family and friends to help get the word out for what we're doing and help more people. Those of you that are interested in helping further, I get some questions on that as well periodically. I have in the link there, channel memberships are available as well for folks to help fully support the operations of the channel for what we're doing. So definitely if you're interested in that, that's available. But by far the most important thing you can do is just simply subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and share with others. So if we flip back now, so when you look at this graphic, and again, I know this is a pretty busy graphic here with a lot going on, but again, the main thing here is you got a counterclockwise circulation here around Hilary and a large circulation. And on the east and front right quadrant end of this is where you have this intense moisture coming in off of the Gulf of California, wrapping around the center of Hilary, and within the next few hours here, you're going to be pouring into Southern California to begin a historic and likely catastrophic rainfall event for areas, especially inland Southern California, in the mountain ranges and south and east of the mountain ranges in particular, but still very heavy totals pretty much entire Southern California wide from the coast all the way to the Arizona and Nevada border. So basically from Los Angeles and San Diego to Yuma, Arizona, up to Vegas. That area there that's going to be your basically your bullseye for this. So now if we flip back over here to the radar, so now you can get a perspective of this back to what we were looking at before. So you have the Gulf of California here. In fact, let me do this. So you got the center of Hilary kind of in this area. And then you got, your winds kind of going around. And then on this side, the front right quadrant, this is where it's going to be pouring in the moisture off of the Gulf of California, which is this whole area here with very warm, abnormally warm water temperatures. That is going to really pour the precipitation in from here. So you can see right now the radar only goes so far here, so you're not getting really the full picture of this. But there's a ton of precipitation back here just off screen or off the radar coverage area, including heavy thunderstorm activity, intense rainfall rates. That is going to continue to start showing up more and more. You're seeing that initial plume of moisture coming in here that's working its way towards San Diego now. Still probably about 50 to 75 miles out, the beginning of that. But it is working its way in, and then you will begin to see this area here of the radar fill in before long, and then this is really going to be heavy in terms of what it shows here once this gets going. So again, backing it up here so that you can kind of see, but the heart of the storm and kind of in its entirety is basically down in here right now. All within this is where the heart of this is at this point. And this is going to continue to work its way north-northwest. And again, the precipitation, though, I mean, even though we're not even into any of the real significant precipitation at this point, but there's still solid rainfall that's been pouring into portions of Southern California, and especially along the Arizona, California, Nevada border here, Lake Havasu City, surrounding Vegas, and then getting up further into Nevada even. So this activity is all well out ahead of, and as was forecast by the National Hurricane Center, they were raising the red flags about how precipitation would be coming well in advance of the core of the storm. And that is what you've been seeing here, pouring into the Vegas area, St. George, Utah, Lake Havasu City areas. Hasn't been so much yet along the coast yet, but that will change. San Diego radar again here showing precip closing in from the southeast. Hides, yeah, so this is only the edge that we're seeing down here with just some of the initial moisture transport north that's been up in the Vegas area up here. And then even further into California, again, what we were looking at for some of that heavy rainfall along the I-5 corridor from Bakersfield up towards to east of San Jose. This is just kind of like preliminary activity that really isn't part of the core of this. And then even into Nevada, well into Nevada here, you can see quite a bit of preliminary out in front of it, the storm precip well into central Nevada at this point. Kara, thanks for joining from Australia. But at this point, really all eyes are going to be on the radar here, coming in from the southeast out of the Gulf of California here before too long. That's where the you're going to start seeing the edges of the core of the storm starting to work its way up into the radar coverage area. Flip back over here and see if they've updated the 3 a.m. yet, Mountain Time. Not yet. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a break really quick here. Put the radar back on and running here, so you guys can watch that. And then we should be getting the new update here very shortly. So I'm going to go off screen momentarily just for a few minutes. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'll have the NOAA weather radio on. But again, I'll be back in just a few minutes here, and we'll continue on with coverage.
some convection develops within the residual moisture over the mountains. This will lead to a slight CHC of thunderstorms over the highest peaks. From Wednesday through Friday, a very large and hot upper high over the Midwest will expand and increase heights through that period. The onshore gradients will be weak and the heights will be high. This will likely result in a night through late morning marine cloud layer that affect only the coast. Max temps will rise each day, reaching back to normals on Friday. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, tonight, cloudy with a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Lows around 70. Sunday, rain likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then rain and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Sunday night, rain and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows around 70. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, cloudy in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly cloudy. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s and 80s. You are listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandberg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County when? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ Flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. The center of Hurricane Hilary, now a Cat 2 storm, is centered off the coast of southern Baja, with a significant influx of moisture moving into Southern California well ahead of the main system. This has resulted in thunderstorm activity today across our mountains and deserts to the east and north of our forecast area. However, increasing moisture and instability will bring a good chance of thunderstorms this afternoon and evening across the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. Some of these thunderstorms could be strong, capable of producing strong and locally damaging wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, especially in the Antelope Valley where model soundings are showing an inverted V structure, strong winds aloft, and DCAP values around 1,500 joules per kilogram. For the mountains, there will be an increasing threat of localized flash flooding later this afternoon and evening as the air mass continues to moisten. The latest National Hurricane Center track continues with south slightly more eastward track, with the center of the tropical storm making landfall slightly east of San Diego around 6 p.m. Sunday. If this track verifies, the most significant impacts from this tropical system would likely remain east of Santa Barbara County. Since Hurricane Hilary is expected to accelerate more quickly northward during the next 24 hours, the flood watch for La County was moved up 6 hours, now in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 10 a.m. Monday. The remaining flood watches over Ventura County and eastern Santa Barbara County mountains will remain in effect from 4 p.m. Sunday to 10 a.m. Monday. This is a major storm with rainfall and flooding the most concerning threat. This is especially true for the La Ventura County mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is becoming more likely. Rainfall total estimates through Monday are 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches of rain, but high-resolution model data is indicating the potential for higher rates up to 1.5 inches per hour possible across the La County mountains and Antelope Valley on Sunday evening. During this time, there will likely be optimal synoptic forcing interacting with deep tropical moisture. Precipitable water values are still expected to peak on Sunday night at around 2.50 inches, which would be 5 standard deviations from the mean for this time of year. Prepare for life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches, as well as debris flows and burn scars. In addition, there will be the threat of rock and mudslides, especially in the mountains and canyons. Significant roadway flooding will be possible, causing dangerous driving conditions. There will be the potential for significant travel delays due to road closures and heavily flooded roadways. In addition, there will be the strong potential for swift water rescues on Sunday, as heavy rainfall will cause a rapid increase in flow across the river systems, especially La County. The tropical storm warning is in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County. Powerful Hurricane Hilary, centered off the coast of southern Baja, is forecast to track north-northwest and north off the Baja coast over the next 24 hours and will weaken as it approaches southwestern California. This is a fairly high-confidence forecast, as both the EC and GFS ensemble track clusters are bunched tightly together. The center of what will be Tropical Storm Hilary is expected to pass near San Diego around 6 p.m. Sunday, then pass just to the east of Los Angeles County Sunday night. The exact track could still vary east or west by 20 miles, and even a small change could have significant ramifications to the forecasted weather. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement /LOX. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 19th, 21 a.m. The GFS and Deterministic as well as the GUFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTNV forecast. Long wave troughing will cover the state on Tuesday. Skies will be mostly clear, save for partly cloudy skies over the mountains in the afternoon as some convection develops within the residual moisture over the mountains. This will lead to a slight CHC of thunderstorms over the highest peaks. For Wednesday through Friday, a very large and hot upper high over the Midwest will expand and increase heights through that period. The onshore gradients will be weak and the heights will be high. This will likely result in a night through late morning marine cloud layer that affect only the coast. Max temps will rise each day, reaching back to normals on Friday. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, tonight, cloudy with a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Lows around 70. Sunday, rain likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then rain and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Sunday night, rain and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows around 70. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, cloudy in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly cloudy. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s and 80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandberg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County when? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. The center of Hurricane Hilary, now a Cat 2 storm, is centered off the coast of southern Baja, with a significant influx of moisture moving into Southern California well ahead of the main system. This has resulted in thunderstorm activity today across our mountains and deserts to the east and north of our forecast area. However, increasing moisture and instability will bring a good chance of thunderstorms this afternoon and evening across the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. Some of these thunderstorms could be strong, capable of producing strong and locally damaging wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, especially in the Antelope Valley where model soundings are showing an inverted V structure, strong winds aloft, and DCAP values around 1,500 joules per kilogram. For the mountains, there will be an increasing threat of localized flash flooding later this afternoon and evening as the air mass continues to moisten. The latest National Hurricane Center track continues with south slightly more eastward track, with the center of the tropical storm making landfall slightly east of San Diego around 6 p.m. Sunday. If this track verifies, the most significant impacts from this tropical system would likely remain east of Santa Barbara County. Since Hurricane Hilary is expected to accelerate more quickly northward during the next 24 hours, the flood watch for La County was moved up 6 hours, now in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 10 a.m. Monday. The remaining flood watches over Ventura County and eastern Santa Barbara County mountains will remain in effect from 4 p.m. Sunday to 10 a.m. Monday. This is a major storm with rainfall and flooding the most concerning threat. This is especially true for the La Ventura County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is becoming more likely. Rainfall total estimates through Monday are 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches of rain, but high-resolution model data is indicating the potential for higher rates up to 1.5 inches per hour possible across the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley on Sunday evening. During this time, there will likely be optimal synoptic forcing interacting with deep tropical moisture. Precipitable water values are still expected to peak on Sunday night at around 2.50 inches, which would be 5 standard deviations from the mean for this time of year. Prepare for life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches, as well as debris flows and burn scars. In addition, there will be the threat of rock and mudslides, especially in the mountains and canyons. Significant roadway flooding will be possible, causing dangerous driving conditions. There will be the potential for significant travel delays due to road closures and heavily flooded roadways. In addition, there will be the strong potential for swift water rescues on Sunday, as heavy rainfall will cause a rapid increase in flow across the river systems, especially Law County. The tropical storm warning is in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County. Powerful Hurricane Hilary centered off the coast of southern Baja is forecast to track north-northwest and north off the Baja coast over the next 24 hours and will weaken as it approaches southwestern California. This is a fairly high-confidence forecast as both the EC and GFS ensemble track clusters are bunched tightly together. The center of what will be Tropical Storm Hilary is expected to pass near San Diego around 6 p.m. Sunday, then pass just to the east of Los Angeles County Sunday night. The exact track could still vary east or west by 20 miles, and even this small change could have significant ramifications to the forecasted weather. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement LOX. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 19th, 21 a.m. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GUFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. Long-wave troughing will cover the state on Tuesday. Skies will be mostly clear, save for partly cloudy skies over the mountains in the afternoon as some convection develops within the residual moisture over the mountains. This will lead to a slight CHC of thunderstorms over the highest peaks. For Wednesday through Friday, a very large and hot upper high over the Midwest will expand and increase heights through that period. The onshore gradients will be weak and the heights will be high. This will likely result in a night through late morning marine cloud layer that affect only the coast. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. Here is the latest weather synopsis. The center of Hurricane Hilary, now a Cat 2 storm, is centered off the coast of southern Baja, with a significant influx of moisture moving into southern California well ahead of the main system. This has resulted in thunderstorm activity today across our mountains and deserts to the east and north of our forecast area. However, increasing moisture and instability will bring a good chance of thunderstorms this afternoon and evening across the Law County mountains and Antelope Valley. Some of these thunderstorms could be strong, capable of producing strong and locally damaging wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, especially in the Antelope Valley where model soundings are showing an inverted V structure, strong winds aloft, and GCAP values around 1,500 joules per kilogram. For the mountains, there will be an increasing threat of localized flash flooding later this afternoon and evening as the air mass continues to moisten. The latest National Hurricane Center track continues with south slightly more eastward track, with the center of the tropical storm making landfall slightly east of San Diego around 6 p.m. Sunday. If this track verifies, the most significant impacts from this tropical system would likely remain east of Santa Barbara County. Since Hurricane Hilary is expected to accelerate more quickly northward during the next 24 hours, the flood watch for Locke County was moved up 6 hours now in effect from 10 a.m. Sunday to 10 a.m. Monday. The remaining flood watches over Ventura County and eastern Santa Barbara County mountains will remain in effect from 4 p.m. Sunday to 10 a.m. Monday. This is a major storm with rainfall and flooding the most concerning threat. This is especially true for the La Ventura County mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is becoming more likely. Rainfall total estimates through Monday are 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches of rain, but high-resolution
There is one new special marine warning.
The potential for higher rates up to 1.5 inches per hour possible across the La County mountains and Antelope Valley on Sunday evening. During this time, there will likely be optimal synoptic forcing interacting with deep tropical moisture. Precipitable water values are still expected to peak on Sunday night at around 2.50 inches, which would be 5 standard deviations from the mean for this time of year. Prepare for life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches, as well as debris flows and burn scars. In addition, there will be the threat of rock and mudslides, especially in the mountains and canyons. Significant roadway flooding will be possible, causing dangerous driving conditions. There will be the potential for significant travel delays due to road closures and heavily flooded roadways. In addition, there will be the strong potential for swift water rescues on Sunday, as heavy rainfall will cause a rapid increase in flow across the river systems, especially La County. The tropical storm warning is in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County. Powell Hurricane Hilary centered off the coast of southern Baja is forecast to track north-northwest and north off the Baja coast over the next 24 hours and will weaken as it approaches southwestern California. This is a fairly high-confidence forecast as both the EC and GFS ensemble track clusters are bunched tightly together. The center of what will be Tropical Storm Hilary is expected to pass near San Diego around 6 p.m. Sunday, then pass just to the east of Los Angeles County Sunday night. The exact track could still vary east or west by 20 miles, and even a small change could have significant ramifications to the forecasted weather. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement /LOX. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 19th, 21 a.m. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GUFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. Long-wave troughing will cover the state on Tuesday. Skies will be mostly clear save for partly cloudy skies over the mountains in the afternoon as some convection develops within the residual moisture over the mountains. This will lead to a slight CHC of thunderstorms over the highest peaks. For Wednesday through Friday, a very large and hot upper high over the Midwest will expand and increase heights through that period. The onshore gradients will be weak and the heights will be high. This will likely result in a night through late morning marine cloud layer that affect only the coast. Max temps will rise each day, reaching back to normals on Friday. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, tonight, cloudy with a 50% chance of showers and thunderstorms. Lows around 70. Sunday, rain likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then rain and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Sunday night, rain and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows around 70. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, cloudy in the evening then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, mostly cloudy in the morning then partly cloudy. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Tuesday night, mostly clear early then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning then partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s and 80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandberg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County when? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move.
All right, hey everyone, we're back here. Just needed to take a little bit of a break, get some more water, step away for a few minutes, stretch out. All right, so we have the new update from the National Hurricane Center on Hilary. So let's jump over to that here. We'll take a look. So basically, they have kept the winds here. The latest update is winds are still maximum sustained at 85 miles an hour. Now, in the discussion, the more technical discussion, they did call out the fact that that might be a tad generous. So it's probably, there's more likely it could be about 75 to 80-ish maybe. So my guess is the next update that they do will show that it's potentially now a high-end tropical storm. So all of this is pretty much right on par with what the forecast has been over the last 2 to 3 days. We knew it was starting off as a major hurricane way south down there in the eastern Pacific, well south of the Baja California. As it moved north, it would maintain that strength for a period of time until it began to get into some cooler sea surface temperatures, relatively speaking, and some less conducive environmental conditions. And so we have seen the intensity from a wind perspective and the overall hurricane gradually weaken, and that will continue. There's high confidence from the National Hurricane Center that this will be a tropical storm when it comes into Southern California, so it will maintain that strength. And as we've been talking about previously, heavy rainfall, catastrophic flooding in Southern California, especially inland areas and near just east and south of the mountain ranges, is going to be a major issue here. Right now, as you look at this, so I zoom in even a little closer, shows where the tropical storm force winds are at this point. So at this orange area here, this is the area of tropical storm force winds, and then right at the coast there's that small area of hurricane force winds. This is interacting with the coast here, the Baja California coast there. So again, that will continue to help bring the intensity down on the hurricane itself into a tropical storm status as forecast. But again, I'm going to keep hitting on I wouldn't focus on whether it's a tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane as it approaches here, because the bottom line is there's still going to be tropical storm force winds in portions of Southern California, and really the biggest story to this is going to be major rainfall, historic and potentially catastrophic, if not likely catastrophic rainfall in many areas, again, especially inland Southern California areas into far southern Nevada. But area-wide across Southern California, from Los Angeles Metro down to San Diego, and then all the way over to the Arizona border by Yuma up to Vegas. That area there will have, that whole area should see a good 2 to 4 inches, and then the closer in between those two areas you get, more into interior Southern California, those totals go up. That's where we're going to begin to see rainfall rates 1 to 2 inches an hour eventually. And totals in excess of half a foot. Some areas could be 10 to 12 inches of rainfall here. And again, remember, for these interior areas, using Death Valley, California as an example, the national park there's average rainfall is less than 2 inches. Annual average rainfall is less than 2 inches per year, we're talking. And they may end up getting double to triple that potentially within 6 hours coming up here as this core of the storm's moisture gets into the area there. And what we're seeing too is a abnormally warm Gulf of California. We're seeing the counterclockwise flow associated with Hurricane Hilary. That's pushing in that moisture. It'll transport that moisture inbound to Southern California. And really, that is as that moisture really arrives, that's when things will really get underway in terms of the major rainfall here. Wind, as I mentioned before, there will be tropical storm force winds in portions of Southern California, especially the farther south you go. And then in general, gusty winds, and in particular in higher elevations, winds of 60 plus miles an hour are expected. Those are damaging winds, and you should expect in many of these areas, especially again interior, power outages will be on the increase. You're going to have flash flooding, mudslides, landslides, debris flows, all that kind of stuff. We're going to be seeing images of, video, and photos over the next 24 to 36 hours. So again, can't stress it enough. I've seen some folks referencing, there hasn't been much more than a few raindrops here, or it's come down. It used to be a Cat 4. It's now a Cat 1. It's going to be a tropical storm. No big deal. Do not let that fool you. Tropical storms, tropical depressions with their rainfall in particular can create catastrophic flooding issues, and that is what is forecast for portions of Southern California and Southern Nevada at this point. And even further to the north, well into Nevada and up into Idaho, portions of Montana, eastern Oregon. Over the next 2 to 3 days, there is the likelihood of flash flooding even up into those areas long after this is well past the time frame that this is a tropical storm, and it would just be a remnants of the storm at that point, still producing torrential rainfall and flooding all the way up, again, all the way to Montana, Idaho, and those areas. So again, just really hammering home the seriousness of this in terms of, in particular, the rainfall that will be moving inbound out of Mexico and into Southern California here over the coming hours. So let's zoom out here for a second. See if they updated the key messages. Not sure if they did. They did. Okay. Probably say pretty similar here, but key messages, they're hitting home again. Potentially historic amount of rainfall will cause all kinds of issues: flash flooding, landslides, mudslides, debris flows. Locally catastrophic flooding impacts expected through Monday morning. Tropical storm conditions will begin later today in the southwest U.S. in the tropical storm warning area. Again, that is in Southern California. And then winds could be particularly strong and gusty. That's where I was mentioning those damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour in and near the higher terrain. They also call out gusty winds are expected to spread well inland across much of the western United States associated with this as well. So similar key messages to what they had previously. Here again is the next 3 days flash flood potential. So again, you can see here, looking at the more bigger graphic here on the left-hand side, this is combined over the next 3 days. Southern California and into Southern Nevada, the areas in this pinkish color, that's the high risk for excessive flooding or excessive rainfall, flash flooding, and likely catastrophic flooding. Areas in red, that's your moderate risk area for significant flash flooding. Dangerous to locally catastrophic flooding in some of those areas as well. And then the big slight risk or yellow area here is where there will be scattered instances of flash flooding all throughout this area. Again, all the way up to Montana, literally to the U.S.-Canadian border at this point. And then day by day, it shows it on the right-hand side. So from Sunday to Monday, through into Tuesday morning, and then Tuesday up through Wednesday morning here on the bottom right. But this is really what we're looking at in terms of the flood threat area. And then rainfall totals. I think this is just a general guide. I think we shall see. But I think some of these areas in far southeastern California where this specific image depicts less than an inch of rain, I think that's somewhat underdone in those areas. I think you'll see more than that there, all the way up through the Arizona border and in the southwest Arizona around Yuma. But again, interior Southern California, most at risk here for 0.5 foot to 8-10 inches plus of rain in some of these areas. And again, somewhere like a Death Valley, annual rainfall is typically less than 2 inches per year, and they're expected to get double to triple that amount of rain that they get in a year in a 6-hour period here later this morning into early this afternoon. Appreciate all you folks that have joined. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Thanks for watching us. We provide this kind of coverage for all hurricanes, severe weather, tornadoes, winter storms, pretty much anything weather related that's of hazard across the entire United States. So we do that coverage regularly. We have our channel runs mostly 24/7. And we also do live storm chasing and stream that periodically when we're able to get out there as well. So if you find this coverage valuable, helpful, informative, definitely best thing you can do to help acknowledge us here is to subscribe to the channel, turn on those notifications, and share with family and friends. Would really appreciate that. That helps us out significantly. And then those of you that are interested in doing anything more than that, I have a link there pinned to the chat that has membership options available as well to support our channel operating. So again, really appreciate it. We're independent here from anybody else. So just anything you guys do is much appreciated, in particular subscribing and turning on those notifications. So anyway, back to this here. So that's your rainfall. If we kind of skim around here, if I flip back, actually I want to go back to the to the radar here and actually note a couple other things before I zero in on the precip. The areas inside the green here. So this is from about San Diego and kind of points north to east of the Los Angeles metro area, up through including the Las Vegas metro area, and then down from there, Lake Havasu City, Yuma, and then down a little bit further east into southwest Arizona. That is the area outlined for a tornado threat as the day progresses here on Sunday. And in the area inside the brown circle here, this is your more elevated tornado threat area. Pretty much between it's pretty much between the Los Angeles, San Diego metro areas and Lake Havasu City. So that interior area there that's going to get hammered by torrential rainfall here over the next pretty much all day here, and especially as we get to midday and beyond today, is also going to have an elevated threat of tornadic activity that is common associated with tropical systems as they move through, and in particular kind of that front right quadrant just near and just east and northeast of the center of circulation. That center of circulation is forecast and appears to be heading in somewhere in this general vicinity here and working its way up from there. So we're going to look at where this blue line is. Blue line is roughly where we're going to see that center of circulation, and it's usually front right from there is where you're going to see front right quadrant from that center as it moves along is where you're going to see that elevated tornado threat kicking up. Now, with that said, let's zero in more on the radar. So there continues to be a significant amount of lightning activity in the Gulf of California and just inland from the Gulf of California in the coastal mainland area of Mexico. That's on the northeast end, so that front right quadrant of where Hilary's center is. So again, for kind of reference purposes, I will circle it here. Center of Hilary is roughly in this area here. So this is outside of what this radar is able to pick up at this point. So this is on the outer fringes of the radar. We'll really begin to see this radar light up over the next few hours as this moves north. And again, that what we're seeing here is, again, you have that counterclockwise rotation around these tropical systems. So you've got the winds going like this. And then here's the Gulf of California. Abnormally warm water temperatures here. And as this wraps around the circulation here, this is going to funnel in that moisture off of the Gulf of California. Whoops, bad arrow there. But into Southern California and into far southwest Arizona here. You're seeing a lot of that thunderstorm activity here that is down in this area. So again, outside of the radar coverage right now, but this is your center area here. Again, you've got that counterclockwise circulation, Gulf of California, moisture transport that's going to be pouring in off the Gulf of California to really help enhance the intensity here of the precipitation as it comes in with Hurricane Hilary. which will be a tropical storm once it actually makes landfall in Southern California. And again, that you're going to continue to see the radar light up here. So all in this area in the northern Gulf of California, this is just the beginning of what we're seeing. That precip shield will be coming in full force here over the coming hours. So if we work further to the north now, inland here, we go over to San Diego's radar. This heavier precipitation's closing in on San Diego now. And really, once that activity gets in, I would really consider that the beginning, so to speak, even though I know folks are saying it is raining there or has been lightly raining or drizzling or light showers up to this point. This activity that's just south of the U.S.-Mexico border there is really where this begins. And I'll kind of call it out as pretty much south of the blue line I just drew there. That is really the beginning of what this event is really going to be, despite anything that's come in up to this point. And that's where we're really starting to get into our heavier rainfall. And again, Hilary's circulation is well to the south here further. So to give you an idea, Hilary's circulation is still a good 200 miles south. Actually, I'll look offline here to see what they give us the exact. Actually, even more than that. At the last update here, that was as of 2 a.m. Pacific time, the center was 385 miles south-southeast of San Diego, moving at 21 miles an hour towards San Diego. So that gives you an idea. It's 385 miles away, moving at, let's just say, 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's still well away, that center from San Diego. And so as that slowly, it's moving fast for a tropical system, but still relative in terms of speed, slow overall. 20 miles an hour when you're almost 400 miles out, it's going to take a while to get in there. And, that's going to continue while that's happening to pour in the precipitation here. An increasing intensity of the precipitation over the next several hours and in through much of the day. Ray, yes, I think you could say that anything that you're seeing now, even though the core precip hasn't really gotten in there just yet, that is, those clouds are associated with the outer portions now of the hurricane or soon to be tropical storm. Lynette, bottom right picture, that is Pine Cove, I think it is. I got the name right there. California. Yeah, Pine Cove. I wasn't sure if it was Pine Grove or Pine Cove. Pine Cove. Miguel, tornadoes are common as part of tropical systems. That's always been the case. With the circulation around a tropical system, you tend to get, again, in that front right quadrant area, that tends to be where you can have tornadic spin-ups. Very common with tropical systems. Billy, yes, it has been increasing in speed, now in the low 20s on its movement, miles per hour. So again, San Diego, things will continue to go downhill precipitation-wise over the coming hours here. If we move further to the north and northwest, so even though the core of the storm is still well to the south, not into California yet, you can still see how much rain, and in particular along the California, Arizona, Nevada border region here, and into Las Vegas. You can see in Vegas there, wet highways there with all this precipitation that's been pouring into the Vegas area, into all the way into St. George and southwest Utah. How long will I keep the radar active on this? So we run 24/7. So whether I'm on camera or not, channel will be running. And so barring any sort of internet service provider connection issue that boots me or anything like that, we will be running 24/7 on this. So you will be able to get radar coverage, warning coverage, pretty much real time, straight through. And when I'm not on, we also run the Los Angeles metro area NOAA weather radio as well to continue to keep the updates going as well. So again, heavy rain pouring into Nevada, southwest Utah, coming out of the California-Arizona border region. All this, again, well out in advance of Hurricane Hilary, but associated with the storm. If we move our way to the north and west here, so you're starting to see precipitation starting to fill in west of Lake Havasu City. That's within this elevated tornado threat area for later today. That tornado threat will crank up once that center gets closer and you get more of that right front quadrant coming in. Will there be thunder in Los Angeles? It's not out of the question. I think you're more likely to see the thunderstorm activity to be east of Los Angeles, in these areas here inside the green line, and basically inside the green line area here. That's where that tornado threat area is, and where you're likely to get some of the thunderstorm activity associated with this. And we move further to the northwest. There's been some training of precipitation that's been going on for several hours now. Now it looks like, let's say it's still going here in west and northwest of Fresno. But there's been a corridor here along I-5 from east of San Jose down to near Bakersfield, pretty much right along I-5, that has had some training being just precipitation, thunderstorm activity moving over the same area repeatedly. Now this area here is in a general weakening trend, this precipitation. It was heavier earlier as it moves north and west. It still steady rain up northwest of Fresno, but this activity is not part of the main action that's coming in. Ruby, yep, that will begin to continue. Southern Utah, I think southwest Utah and far western Utah in particular, has a good shot at heavy rainfall with this. I'll go back here in a second, and a lot of folks are asking about, are they in heavy rain threat, or what's my situation looking like? I'll go and pull up the flash flood risk area again here in a second. Ray, you just saw a mountain lion run down your street chasing a coyote. That would get my attention. So let's switch over here to flash flooding potential. Again, this is the image. It really shows you who's at threat for the greatest risk for flash flooding. I'm going to focus more here on the main map that's on here versus the individual days over here. But you can see on this, so this is the first time that the Weather Prediction Center has ever issued a high risk for excessive rainfall. And in Southern California, they're really hammering home the potential for catastrophic flooding in this area in pink in particular. But areas within the red, that's your moderate risk area, there's significant threat of heavy rainfall, excessive rainfall, and flash flooding in these areas as well, some locally catastrophic in some areas, especially to the east for inland. And then even the areas in yellow are outlined as potential for scattered flash flooding with this. So the question on Utah, you can see here, while almost the entire state of Utah has at least a marginal risk, it's really going to be southwest Utah, Cedar City area, and points west that have the greatest threat of that. And then you can see that threat of both the high risk and the moderate risk of significant flooding is well into Nevada here, including the Las Vegas metro area. But the area in pink here is definitely your area of most significant threat for catastrophic flooding from this event. And the Weather Prediction Center, as they were talking on giving their recent precipitation discussion, was saying that the precipitable water, which is, think of that as basically like how much available water there is to work with, or if you rang it all out, how much is there. And it's numbers that are record level numbers dating back to the early 1950s for the potential moisture that's there with this. And it's going to get even more over time. So that just shows you the potential for this to really dump just a tremendous amount of rain in these areas. And again, using Death Valley as probably the most extreme example, Death Valley gets less than 2 inches of rain in a year. And they're forecast to get potentially double to triple their annual rainfall in a 6-hour period coming up here as this comes through. So that ought to really give you perspective. Just simply, the ground certainly is not prepped to handle that. And you get that coming through higher elevations as well, and then flowing downward, you're going to have some big time problems. And I'll even go over here to the, let's see, I'm going to check and see if they updated. This is still the same one. This is that, for those who were on earlier, this is that busier map that I was showing earlier. But this is from the Weather Prediction Center within the last hour and a half or so. But this is them giving the update. Basically showing again the center of Hurricane Hilary, soon to be Tropical Storm Hilary, is right down here. Just as I showed on that radar with the arrows before, you got this moisture transport, intense moisture transport coming in out of the Gulf of California and out of northwest mainland Mexico here with the storm. This will be pouring into southwest Arizona and especially southern California and southern Nevada over the next 12 hours. But again, it's this area in the pink here in particular that's got the biggest threat for catastrophic flooding. But again, they're really calling out the fact that scattered to numerous areas of flash flooding are likely as Hilary approaches. And if you go down to their verbiage, and this is calling out what they're saying, this is not even me talking about it, is specific to the Weather Prediction Center. Localized hourly rates of rain will increase to up to 1 inch per hour, with totals of 2 to 4 inches expected by midday in pretty much this whole area here that's in this blue kind of cloudish looking area here. And then within that, again, that pink area is where it goes beyond that. So discussion, historic rainfall events set to begin across portions of the southwest U.S. early this morning. They're referring to the strong moisture transport coming out of the Gulf of California, and with abnormally warm water temperatures there, it's really helping contribute to that as well. All-time record levels of available water in the atmosphere at Yuma, with that dating back to 1955. Las Vegas dating back to 1951. And they're really calling out, as the low-level flow increasingly backs towards the east-southeast upon Hilary's approach, the moisture will be driven directly into the eastern and some southern slopes, the ranges of Southern California, and then eventually spreading into the southern Sierra Nevada and other Nevada ranges there. And that's really where you're going to have the greatest threat, again, of that catastrophic flooding there along and just east of those slopes, those ranges. And then they continue to say here, forecast model guidance painting very concerning picture as a result of a rare setup. Along the eastern southern slopes of the mountain ranges, again, as I mentioned before. And then here's the example of Death Valley that they call out. So Death Valley has Death Valley National Park's average annual precipitation. So in a year, Death Valley National Park typically gets on average 1.48 inches of precipitation. So not even an inch and a half of precipitation in a year. So localized hourly totals could be up to an inch an hour, and they get 1.48 inches per year. You could get almost that in an hour, and then really, and that's just the beginning of the event, and hourly upticks up to 2 inches per hour beyond that. So it just really gives you an idea of the intense, scenario here that we're looking at. Anticipated eventual catastrophic flash flooding that will develop, especially again along the eastern southern slopes of the mountain ranges. But again, area-wide of Southern California could get 2 to 4 inches plus, and then again, really, really maximized in these areas here that I was just talking about. And then also add to that, so along those mountain ranges, you're going to have winds gusting to 60 plus miles an hour, so damaging winds that are very likely to cause power outages. So that's why when we talk about all the potential impacts here, you have flash flooding as a threat, power outages, mudslides, landslides, debris flows, etc. All are threats in these areas. So really, the beginning of this activity to really start to come in here is still south of San Diego, but definitely starting to close in. Again, the center and the actual main core of the storm is still south down here, over 300 miles, 350 miles southeast of San Diego. And that's really where the core of the precip, most intense precip is with this, even though well out in front of this and hundreds of miles north of the actual center, there's all this precipitation that's already been starting to pour in. Bill, you're in Palm Springs, starting to get some of the initial shower activity coming in. It sounds about right based on what we're seeing there. Those of you that are new, appreciate you joining. checking us out. If you haven't already, please subscribe, turn on notifications. That really helps our channel out to get the word out more for live coverage, storm chasing, 24-hour, 24/7 weather coverage here on the channel. Fully, pretty much independent, fully supported by viewers. So we had a lot of thunderstorm activity, again, continuing to see that associated with the right side eastern portion of Hilary here. We're seeing a lot of that lightning activity right now centered around this area that's outside of our radar coverage area, so we can't see it on radar at this point. But in this area here in the rectangle is where there's quite a bit of heavy thunderstorm activity with intense rainfall. And that, again, is going to be pouring its way into Southern California as the day progresses here. We zoom in here on satellite, or at least gives you some of this actually kind of a zoomed out view, but as far as I can zoom in on this specific view here, you can see center of circulation there, right in this area here.
There is one new special marine warning.
And it's over on this east side here where you got that more intense thunderstorm activity. Again, that'll begin to pivot its way over towards southwest Arizona and Southern California here. But this is charging north-northwestward here at this point. And you can see how the clouds associated with Hilary that have blown way off to the north. In fact, clouds that came off of the hurricane actually are all the way into southern Canada at this point. It's as far all the way over as the northwest corner of Minnesota as they wrap around and over. Now, precipitation and the storm itself is, again, back here where we've been focused, but these clouds have poured in off of the storm. Here's a closer view here. And again, I wouldn't be really focused in at this point on the maximum wind speed of this. I know just with hurricanes and tropical systems in general, people tend to really zero in on that, and understandable. But when you get a situation like this where you have a storm that, even though it's quote-unquote weakening in terms of the sustained winds as it comes in, these tropical systems, whether it's a tropical storm or a depression, are prolific, intense rainfall producers, still have decent winds with them, and especially in higher elevation areas, those can be maximized. So the impacts of these systems is very significant still. And again, that isolated tornado threat, whether it's a Cat 1 hurricane or a tropical storm, really doesn't matter in terms of what it brings in threat of rainfall, what it brings in the threat of isolated tornadoes, and so forth. So those impacts are going to be felt regardless. And that more intense thunderstorm activity is over here on the right. Right of the center here. Yeah, Valerie, you know your situation there the best where you live, the layout, the setup, what happens when it does rain there. Nonetheless, this kind of rain coming in. And I always will say, better to be safe about it, and if it turns out to be not as much, great, but if it turns out to verify the situation, then you're going to be the most prepared one. Take a look at the forecast models here for a second. Refresh this. This I'm just looking more for storm activity and related to the tornado threat here. So this really starts to show the tornado threat here ramping up in those areas of Southern California that are in the risk area by... It starts to begin by mid-morning. Actually, I need to update this too. Forgot to flip that over to the latest one. This one still only goes out 9 hours. Let me pull up the previous run. All right, let's take a look at this here. So right now I'm just focused on when there's showing some signs of where you'd start getting into the tornado threat area there. So look at this. Let's see here. So this is 8 a.m. Pacific time here. So by mid to late morning, I think that's when that threat will really start to crank up here. In the area that's in that elevated tornado threat area, that's when you start getting that, especially that right front quadrant, those cells that'll be coming in with that. You can really see it there. This is an example of around a little after 12 noon, 1 p.m.-ish time frame. And then definitely into the afternoon hours, definitely got that threat in that area there. Again, this is just giving a general gauge. Don't take this as an exact. This is just one forecast model showing a directional guidance of what could be occurring. So definitely could see some when that activity would be coming in with that. PT,
There is one new special marine warning.
You're in Arizona. You're not sure what to expect. I think it really depends on where you are in Arizona. If you're in far western Arizona, closer to the California border, there you'd be wanting to expect heavy rainfall totals, threat of flooding scattered about there, and also the threat of tornadoes, isolated tornadic activity. Again, you can see that here. area. Inside the green line here is the tornado threat area. So again, if you're far western Arizona, if you're towards Yuma, west of Phoenix, Kingman, those areas, that's when you really start getting into the greater impacts from this. Deborah, what do I think of more of a water spout hitting land rather than starting on land? Based on where this is going and the circulation in the center of this, so if the center is coming up, give you an example. If the center right now is right down here, as that kind of moves its way up, kind of like this. It's probably not exactly right, but let's just roughly go with that. The area that has the tornado threat, typically a tropical system, is to the east and kind of northeast, so that front right quadrant area as it comes through. And that would be over land, so it wouldn't be a scenario like you'd see, you think of it more in the Atlantic or Gulf coasts where you have that front right quadrant coming in from the ocean or the Gulf of Mexico, and you can have water spouts that then come inland and force tornado warnings to occur. Here, this is going to be occurring over land, so you really wouldn't be seeing that start as water spouts and then head into tornadoes. Unlikely scenario for that to occur. And then same thing on the other end here, the circulation will be around on this side, so even if something did occur on that side, on the west side, that's starting on land and moving outbound towards the water. Welcome there, PT. So again, the real precipitation associated with this, like the actual what's going to really start creating problems, is what's starting to show up down here. Once that begins to get in, now you start to get into the impacts really starting to begin. See here, just looking to see if I can see anything separately offline here with video or photos of anything here that's come in recently. Elora, if I said that right, if I didn't, apologies, and you can correct me on that. You're in the high desert areas there of Southern California. Yeah, you should definitely, hopefully you've prepared to whatever extent you can, or ready to the extent that you can be. The high desert areas there are definitely in the most significant threat area for intense rainfall and the risk of flash flooding and significant flooding. So definitely totally normal and natural to be nervous on a situation like this. Okay, so if you're in Lancaster, you're in a heavy rain threat area. Certainly, you're in that moderate risk area for intense rainfall. You're west of the tornado threat area, so that's a positive. But yeah, heavy rain is going to be definitely a significant concern where you are. Again, moving north here, looking into the Vegas area. Continue to see that rain falling on camera 3 below me there. That's Las Vegas live. Wet roadways from ongoing rain that's been pouring into the area. Well out in front of the actual circulation. Yeah, LA at this point, you haven't gotten in on this yet. And I mean, I guess the best way to... Here's the best way to illustrate that for you. So if you're up here in this area here, wherever within the Los Angeles metro area that you are, and here's the beginning of the precip coming in. So light precipitation first coming in. That's between San Diego and Los Angeles at this point. That's working its way northwestward and should begin to enter the Los Angeles metro area soon. But again, similar to San Diego and the rest of Southern California, it's going to be when all of this activity down here really begins to start pouring in, the conditions go downhill. Excuse me. Appreciate everybody joining. If you haven't subscribed already, that would really help us out if you could subscribe and turn on those notifications if you find this kind of coverage valuable or informative. Hector, let it rip already. Yeah, that's, tropical systems, generally speaking, move slow, and they kind of have you just waiting for them to arrive. Now this actually is moving at a pretty decent clip, actually. For a tropical system, moving at 20 plus miles an hour is fast. Floridian there, we wouldn't pay any attention at all except as an excuse to have a hurricane party. Well, as I was mentioning before, tropical storms have created major impacts with flooding in Florida before, along with the rest of the Gulf Coast. And again, one of the things that Florida doesn't have to contend with, well, one, California here doesn't get tropical systems at all to begin with, typically. So very, very rare territory in this case. In addition to that, California has elevation and geography that's quite different than Florida. And that's going to have a significant... That creates a big difference as it relates to potential impacts, especially in those areas that have some elevation to them, and then downstream, so to speak, of the areas of elevation. In particular, the eastern and in some cases, like they said, the southern slopes of these mountain ranges. That's a whole other animal when you're dealing with a tropical storm with that kind of precipitation coming down. is it, I'm going to probably say this wrong, Josby? Or is it, are you saying it a different way? No doubt about it. There's definitely, there can be definitely hype on many events. Now, this is a significant event in particular from the rainfall perspective associated with this and catastrophic flooding. That is not being hyped. And I'll be one of the first to tell you. I mean, this is not a hype type channel. I always just come, like I always will say when we do these lives, I'll tell you what it's going to be. If it's going to be significant, I will call it out as such when it's warranted. If it's not in a certain area, I will call that out as well. I'm not a channel that's going to, on YouTube, that's going to call for the apocalypse on every scenario and every situation, like most or many of them, I shouldn't say most, many of them do, especially the more popular ones. That's how they get attention from people. But this is a serious situation for Southern California with, again, severe to catastrophic flooding likely in a number of areas here. Philip, thanks for joining from the UK. Yeah, you know, I oftentimes find when there's conflicting information on severity of the storm, more often than not, it tends to be those that are hyping most things tend to do that regularly. But again, in this scenario, I think this one's a bit misleading for folks because I think there's a perception, and certainly I'd say on the West Coast here and certainly in California, who aren't accustomed to getting this kind of a situation coming in. You hear that something's a hurricane or a major hurricane. Oh, it's weakened to a tropical storm. Oh, we're good. No big deal. And that's the thing I'm trying to really debunk is that just because this thing is going to be a tropical storm when it comes in, first of all, this is the first time that there's ever been a tropical storm warning that the National Hurricane Center has put out for Southern California. It's the first time that there's ever been a high risk of excessive rainfall in the outlook from the Weather Prediction Center for Southern California. So those are kind of uncharted territory there. The last time there's been a landfalling tropical system in Southern California is 1939. So to put all those things in the historical perspective. And then on top of that, I use the Death Valley example. Death Valley averaging less than 1.5 inches of rain per year. And Death Valley could get almost a year's worth of rain in 1 to 2 hours and potentially double to triple their annual rainfall within about 6 hours in this. So again, you know, you can take that for however you interpret those things, but this is a significant system. I mean, we're not talking about you know, have a category, you know, big category 3, 4, 5 hurricane or anything coming in, but it doesn't need to be that for this to be a big problem in these areas. Axel, mudslides and burn scar areas, absolutely. There's just so many aspects of geography and just the setup in this area that's just different than anything that you'd talk about in the Gulf Coast. It's really apples to oranges to try to compare Florida or Gulf Coast region to Southern California getting this. Again, as we watch this here, the tropical storm conditions here, again, are probably about from this line south down in this area is where it really starts to really crank up as that moves north-northwestward. So again, this really tells you here where and how far out this is. So, and I was saying before, the last National Hurricane Center update said it was the center of Hilary at the time, which has now been a little while ago now. So about an hour and a half ago was 385 miles south-southeast of San Diego, to give you an idea of at least where the center is. So say that's about, 350, a little less than that. Out at this point. F5 tornado. What direction should we expect the winds to come from? That depends on where you're located. Again, if you have, depending on where you're located and at what time, because you got a counterclockwise circulation going around the center here. So, and if the center kind of comes in through near to just east of San Diego and then pushes inland from there like this, as that comes in, you're going to have northerly winds, either northeast, northerly winds coming into the Los Angeles area. As that wraps around that center, kind of comes in like that, probably northeasterly. And you go around on the other side of it. You get over here by Yuma, Vegas, Lake Havasu City. You're going to have winds coming in more from the south-southwest, south-southeast direction. And then depending on what side of the circulation you're on as it moves along, wind will shift depending on where you're at. You're welcome there, Valerie. Chrissy, you're in Fresno. Yeah, if we go back here, let's flip it over to your flooding threat associated with this. So certainly Fresno, you're just on the outside of what's outlined as the getting to more elevated flooding threat with this. So you're close enough that it's watchful, to say the least, but at the same time, if this verifies the location here, which as of right now it appears that would be what the case is, Fresno would be less of a threat than areas to the east. Martina, you're in Corona, but you're from Louisiana and raised in Atlanta. Katrina devastated your family. We're very sorry to hear that about Katrina. Obviously, we know what that did in that storm. Not a different scenario, but just what tropical systems can do in the right circumstances, or in bad circumstances, I should say. Green Arrow. Mason, sorry guys, I'm just catching up on some of the questions that are out there. Mason, you're asking, what is the green arrow? So the green arrow here is the area outlined, and let me move this up for a bit and clear my stuff out here. Inside this green arrow area, this is where there is a threat of isolated tornadoes as the center of Hilary gets closer. And then inside the brown circled arrow here, that is your more elevated tornado threat. So this would be the most likely area where there's a risk of tornadoes. But anywhere inside the green, there is at least a low and non-zero chance of tornadoes. Marianne, you were saying you're in Orange County, California. Yes, so that rain should just be starting to enter into the area there. Probably light rain. But again, as that activity well southeast of San Diego works its way in and moves northwestward over the next several hours, that you'll be getting into heavier activity as well. Christine, you're in Redlands. Thanks for joining and watching from there. Terry, yes indeed, it is live. Deborah, parts of California can't handle 1 inch in 24 hours. You got to loan an inch an hour. Definitely. And that's why I'm trying to like really give some of those numbers and to put in perspective of this, you know, the seriousness of this in areas that do get that level of intensity of precipitation. 89%. Apple Valley.
There is one new special marine warning.
Thanks for watching from there and tuning in. Axel, rain started by you. See Williams, Arizona joining. Deb, yes. So it is monsoon season out there. And so Vegas has already been raining. And in fact, yeah, to your point, that reminds me, in recent days in just west of Lake Havasu City, there were some severe thunderstorms. It was either yesterday or the day before. Quite a few flash flood warnings and so forth. So there's areas here also. That's a storyline not to be missed as well. There's many areas in here that are very saturated already that don't typically get a lot of rain. This is their rain time of year and have just recently come off either intense thunderstorms or from flash flooding or flash flood warnings and heavy totals in just the last few days. Now add this whole thing on top of it, and that's you know, even more of a concern there. Appreciate that feedback there, Valerie. Just kind of skimming through the comments here at this point, catching up. Getting by day. You are starting to get more rain coming into your area there. Yeah, you're definitely in the significant rain threat area, certainly. Appreciate the feedback there. Probably going to say this wrong. Mesperzax. Not sure if I got that right. Will the storms intensify once the sun rises? Really, generally not going to matter really much with this in this scenario. Welcome there, Chrissy. In terms of within the brown for elevated tornado threat, zoom in a little bit closer there to show you who's in that. That's Long I-10. Palm Springs is inside the brown. Yes. Is in the elevated tornado threat area. Correct. Ryan, as long as I can. Taking breaks here and there just to get up and stretch, get some more water and stuff. So I'll be doing that periodically, but as long as I can. Steven, you're in Riverside, California. Started some drizzle around 2:45 Pacific there. Steadily increased, and yeah, that will continue to steadily increase. Eric, you're in Victorville. Thanks for joining. Valerie, you said you, Scarlett, say the same. It's coming down. A number of you are saying it's starting to come down pretty good. And yeah, I mean, definitely you should continue to see that. This area of precipitation that's coming in now here, that's into the San Diego area and points to the north and then inland from there. There's definitely some steady rain within that. But it's really, that's just still the preliminary. The more intense activity is down to the south here. Still well south of San Diego. Martina, you're still in disbelief that we're facing this in Southern California. Yeah, it's weird. It's definitely weird to be talking about a tropical storm coming into California. And actually, the tropical storm warning, I was trying to look at before, it gets pretty close to the Nevada border even, I feel like. I'd have to go back and look at exactly the counties that it is. But that's even hard. That's even more hard to fathom, that very close to the California-Nevada border, there's a tropical storm warning. San Mateo, 1 through 8. Up towards your, there's so many folks from the area on here right now. It's awesome. You see everyone on here being weather aware. Up where you're at, though, 1 through 8, you should be in pretty decent shape up in towards your area, farther north and west, way out there, from compared to the southern part of the state. Joe's fingers crossed for you on your avocado tree. Appreciate everybody joining. If you're new to the channel, welcome. We're doing live coverage on Hurricane, soon-to-be tropical storm Hilary, as the storm approaches Southern California and adjacent Arizona and Nevada. We are mostly 24/7 weather channel, some sort of coverage that we have going on, whether it's live warnings, radars, satellites, and cameras and so forth, to live coverage like this during severe weather or tropical systems or winter storms at that time of year, different parts of the United States. And then we do live storm chasing as well. So again, if you find this coverage valuable, informative, helpful, Definitely best thing you can do to acknowledge us. We're totally independent. We run our own operation here. We're not affiliated with anybody else. So subscribe and turn on those notifications. That's the best thing that you can do to help us out. Some folks from New Zealand on this. Thanks for joining from way over there in New Zealand. Zeus, do you think we'll expect casualties from this? Well, yeah, I'll say it this way: if there's going to be catastrophic flooding in some areas, hopefully, really hope there will be none. But when you get in a situation with extremely rare and catastrophic flooding in areas, and if people aren't as prepared in some cases as they should be, or even if they are, that's certainly a real risk. Anna, you're saying the smell of water overwhelming there along the coast of LA. Marianne will begin thunder and lightning from this. I'd say the greatest threat of thunder and lightning is going to be in that area outlined generally with that tornado risk there. Especially east of Los Angeles and San Diego metro areas. Kind of between San Diego and Yuma, Arizona, between Los Angeles, Lake Havasu City, and then up towards Vegas has probably the best chance. You're welcome there, Chrissy. Marianne, tornadoes can occur. Deborah, you have sisters in those areas. Yeah, so heavy rain and flooding is certainly a threat with this in these areas. Also, tropical storm warning in effect from Los Angeles down to San Diego. This is still forecast to be a tropical storm as it enters Southern California. So if I jump back here, so this map here really gives you a good idea from a flood, heavy rain, excessive rainfall, flooding threat in particular. Especially inside the red and even more so inside the pink is going to be your biggest threat area for excessive rainfall, flash flooding, and in particular in the pink here, the potential for catastrophic flooding. Especially on the kind of the eastern slopes of the higher terrain ranges there. And in some cases the southern slopes there as well. Appreciate that, Papa Smurf. For those of you who are interested as well, we also, to support the channel, those that want to do more than the subscribing or sharing, I do have a link for channel memberships. There's different levels that are called actually Category 1, Category 2, Category 3. That goes 100% towards the channel's operations and helping keep us going. So yeah, I mean, San Diego Metro, Los Angeles to about Bakersfield, those from those areas and east is your greatest threat of significant excessive rainfall, flash flooding, those kind of issues. And then that goes up all the way up into southern and south central Nevada, goes into the Las Vegas metro area, all the way down to near Yuma, Arizona, and then just especially west of there. And then if I zoom out just a tad on this, you can see the bigger picture of this. Inside, anywhere inside the yellow has flash flood threat for at least some scattered flash flooding throughout the yellow over the next few days. But in particular, you know, today into tomorrow is going to be the threat area for much of the southwest, and then later tomorrow into Tuesday is going to be more further north. But this same system, long after it's no longer a tropical storm or a tropical system in general, is just remnants of it. Eastern Oregon, much of Idaho, western Montana all have flash flood threat from this as well. That's why I like to really call out the fact that it doesn't matter whether this thing is a hurricane or a tropical storm or a tropical depression when it comes in down here. Ultimately, the heavy rainfall is going to be intense, whether it's any of those three kind of categorizations, so to speak, between a low-end hurricane versus a tropical storm versus a depression. It's going to bring those impacts regardless. Cynthia, yes, this should, Lake Mead and Hoover Dam areas should have heavy rainfall that they're getting from this as this comes through. Mez, so I'm actually based out of Illinois. But we cover the entire United States for all severe weather events, whether it's this kind of scenario with tropical systems. We cover hurricanes. We had major coverage for Hurricane Ian last year, and talking folks through that situation as that was approaching the western coast, southwest coast of Florida, which was obviously a terrible storm there. We help support people through tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings when those are occurring at different points in time when I'm able to get live like this. Winter storms, same thing. When there's a big blizzard that had occurred last year after the holidays there around New Year's out in the Northeast and Great Lakes region. So we hit all of that all over. It doesn't matter where it is. Wherever the weather is where the coverage goes, basically. So again, this really gives you a good idea here. If I pull up the satellite again so you guys can actually get a look at the storm, you can see it here. Rotating center down here, rotating counterclockwise as it does. So you can see that Center right about here on the last frames of that satellite. Question on what's the yellow on that map I was on previously. That was the area outlining the slight risk for excessive rainfall. That's the area outlined for some isolated to scattered flash flooding versus the areas that were in red and pink, more significant threat. Johnny absolutely is associated with elevation and so forth, mudslides, landslides, those kind of things are going to be a significant threat in the areas that are prone to those. Yeah, Philip, absolutely. You don't even need to have it be a big hurricane for it to create major flooding. Micah, good morning. Thanks for joining from Las Vegas. I've been watching your radar for the last several hours. I've seen that precip kind of coming on and off in intensity there. The roads are wet. I certainly have been seeing that on the live cam there. Yeah, Micah, so the actual main event with this is still well south into the Baja California area. So the core of the precip and what's going to come through has not arrived into Las Vegas area. Everything that's been coming down up to this point and coming through has been just precipitation associated with the storm, but well out in front of it, not actually the core part of the storm. Thanks for joining, Valerie. Yeah, the drainage systems and so forth aren't prepared for that. They're going to have issues. And again, like I was saying before, those of you who've been on a while are going to hear me as a broken record on this, but using the example of Death Valley, they average less than 1.5 inches of rain a year. They are expected to get an inch plus, potentially 1 to 2 inches per hour for a period of time at the height of this storm coming through. So think about it that way. In a 6-hour period, Death Valley may get double to triple the amount of rain they typically get in an entire year. A lot of new folks joining in on the stream here. Good morning, everybody. We're watching the beginning of the northern portions of Hilary beginning to show up here more on the radar here in the northern Baja California peninsula. Tiffany, so no wind and barely sprinkling where you're at there, Riverside. So That's because the activity hasn't really, in any major capacity, worked its way in yet. But that's what we're looking at on radar here, is the beginning of all of that pouring in out of the Baja California here, working its way north-northwest. Heather, thanks for joining from Australia. It's 9 p.m. Sunday there. Well, all of us here that are in the U.S. here are just starting our Sunday off here, the early morning hours. Go north here, I'll take a look at the Vegas area radar. So actually, yeah, depending on where you are in the Vegas area, reference it's a little bit lighter. There is kind of a little gap here in precipitation that's working its way, especially in the eastern portion of the Vegas metro area. If I go northwest into California further here, let's take a look at those radars. So we look at Los Angeles area. Be a kind human. What are we supposed to do if you're in the red area? Well, I think that really varies depending on where in the red area. So there's some areas that definitely are at a greater risk than others, and I think it depends on exactly where you are, what your geography is right around where you're at. Step one is being aware that there's an issue potentially coming here, so I think that's step one. If you know kind of how things operate when you get any sort of rain and other examples of rain, or if you've had heavy rain in the past and relatively speaking heavy rain, how things played out there, you can use that as a starting point. But then just being aware, really, being aware, you have the ability to get yourself to a safer place if you need to, whether that's higher up, whether that is out of the area that you're in. It really depends on Brendo. I dropped a category 1, and my guess is it's probably likely a high-end tropical storm at this point. It's been all along forecast to enter Southern California as a tropical storm, and that looks like that will verify. Let's see here. Question there. Any concerns there in the northern Baja? You have in-laws that are at their beach house there. Pretty similar concern that I would say for Southern California and the San Diego area and points east. Definitely rain and flooding concern. Brendo, that's it's funny you say that. Tropical systems are like this. Once you know something's coming your way like that, it's not like a you have way more lead time and I'll call it downtime waiting for it to arrive versus other types of severe weather, such as like severe thunderstorms or a tornado type scenario that just happens very quickly, and there's really minimal reaction time, and it's dealing with it. Whereas tropical systems like this, it can be a slow wait game and just like an anticipation of how it'll play out. So again, you can see here, this beginning of all this precipitation at this point is closing in on Los Angeles metro area. And this still isn't the main part of what we're dealing with. This is just some preliminary rain well north of the main part of this whole event. Hide, yeah, or whoever said it's a great point. Pets, don't leave them behind. Pets don't want to be stuck in a situation like that any more than we do. RSL. That is live lightning strikes. David, it depends on a couple comments on two of yours. One is how strong will winds be. It really depends on where you're at. So the most significant threat for wind and any sort of damaging wind in particular will be higher elevation areas, interior Southern California, where winds could easily exceed 60 miles an hour there. But area wide in Southern California is going to have gusty winds, and tropical storm warning is in effect, tropical storm conditions. And if I flip back over here for a second to the National Hurricane Center, let me pull off of this view here too for a second. I haven't even talked remotely, although I don't think most people are here for the Atlantic, but really fast. Here's what's going on out in the Atlantic right now. I'm not going to spend time on this right now. The only thing I will say is for the moment is that there is the potential, anyone who is on right now from over in the Gulf Coast area, especially in Texas, there is the potential for a tropical depression to form in the coming days in this western Gulf of Mexico that could then work its way slowly to the west. If that were to occur, that would be also primarily a heavy rain threat that could potentially move into portions of southern southeast Texas. But right now, focusing in on what we're dealing with here. Let's see if there's any, I don't remember if they've put anything out. Nothing new there yet, but let me, actually I'll just use this. So this gives you an idea. Last update, Here is an area in orange is where the tropical storm force winds are located. So you had the center down here. Now the center now is actually moved more where the X is here. It's more like up in here now. But the orange area is tropical storm force winds extending well out from that center. So you can kind of see as this continues to move north-northwest, those tropical storm force winds will move with it, and you can see kind of the range, the width of that wind field here. So as that comes up, that's kind of in parallel as where you'll see tropical storm force winds, and then more broadly, the storm will just create gusty winds in general in a much wider area as well. Second thing to your comment was about Florida and what they would think of California here. You know, these things, I feel like it's really apples to apples. I mentioned this well earlier on a similar reference on that. Totally different. Totally different scenario. One, you don't get this in Southern California and Nevada, so this is rare to, and for most people, uncharted territory in their lifetimes to have that. Two, you have a big difference in that elevation is very different, terrain very different in these areas than in Florida. So there's a lot of variables that go into this that make it different versus Florida. Go back here. The Weather Prediction Center had a Meso-scale precipitation discussion. Basically, they're discussions that they put out about heavy rain and the potential for flooding anywhere that's it's a threat in the United States. And so they put out this what's colorful and busy graphic here. It's a little more of a technical graphic that they put out, but basically is just talking about how scattered and numerous areas of flash flooding are expected to develop over time, and they continue to call out a historic rainfall events set to begin across portions of the southwest United States as Hilary moves in. Talking about available precipitable water, moisture, ability to kind of wring it out in the air. Is it near or near all-time record levels that have been measured at Yuma dating back to 1955 and Vegas dating back to 1951? And then as Hilary, closes in, moisture is going to be driven directly into the eastern, some southern slopes of the ranges in Southern California, and then spreading north into southern Sierra Nevada and Nevada ranges as well. So that'll really enhance that flooding and catastrophic flooding risk. He said high resolution model guidance painting a very concerning picture as a result of this rare setup. There's the example that I gave you guys before of Death Valley. Death Valley National Park. Their annual average precipitation or total rainfall in a year on average is 1.48 inches at Death Valley National Park. They're expected to have localized totals that could be up to an inch per hour when this gets towards the peak of the storm. 1.48 inches is their annual in a year normal average precipitation. An inch an hour is what they could be getting at the peak of this storm. And then over a 6-hour period, you could have double to triple the annual rainfall average that they typically have in just 6 hours. So, all the conditions are everything's in place for this to be a significant flooding event in those areas. And then again here on this map, folks come in and out of the stream asking about what is this green arrow and the brown circled arrow? This is the tornado threat area. So the green outlined area here from Las Vegas metro area and south, Lake Havasu City, Yuma, just east of the San Diego metro area, just east of the LA metro area. That is your outlined area for the potential for isolated tornadoes occurring on the right side of the circulation of Hilary. And then inside the brown area here that starts on the western end at about Palm Springs along I-10 and then kind of goes all the way across I-10 almost to the Arizona border and then points north from there up to I-40. So, that's your more elevated threat of tornadoes in this area here associated with the system. Ryan, not much. I have not gotten any real sleep, but that's, again, kind of the point of the channel here is to provide coverage like this when it's a major situation. So I can sleep later. I do need to take periodic breaks, though. And I should take one just for a bit coming up here just to stretch, get myself some more water. Maybe have a little cereal or something. And again, appreciate everybody joining. Continue to see more folks coming on into the stream. We're a pretty much 24/7 weather channel here. We are on YouTube. We also are on Facebook and Twitch as well, live streaming. YouTube is our primary, though, so I'd recommend kind of zeroing in on YouTube. And those of you watching on Facebook and Twitch, comments-wise, I'm much more focused on that in Facebook stream here, so, or excuse me, in the YouTube stream versus Facebook and Twitch, so make more sense to come over into the YouTube if you have questions or concerns that you want to bring up or talk about. But we do this, we have pretty much 24/7 weather channel. We do this kind of coverage periodically during severe weather events, hurricanes, tornadoes, winter storms. When I'm not on, we run radars, close to real-time warnings, satellites, cameras, scrolling feed, and all that kind of good stuff. So we do that as well and keep that up to date pretty much 24/7. And then periodically I'll get out in the field as well, storm chasing. In the Midwest, and generally centered around the Midwest and other areas as well sometimes. So we do all those different things as part of the channel here. We're totally independent, non-hype type channel. If it's a serious situation, we'll call it that. But we're also not a channel that every time there's a chance of a thunderstorm or some snow or anything going on at any time of the year that we're calling out an apocalyptic situation either. So when we call it serious, it's serious. Other times, I just, having a background in meteorology, I don't like the concept of overhype. It doesn't really do anybody any good, but for many folks, it gets them more viewers and clicks and all that kind of stuff. So that's not what we're about here. So again, if you like that kind of coverage and you find this informative, interesting, helpful, best thing you can do to help us out is to subscribe, turn on notifications, let others know, like the stream that we got going here. For those of you that want to do more to help support the channel operations, again, we're totally independent. I have a link in the pinned to the chat that is for our different categories of memberships that we have. That all goes 100% to support our channel's operations, equipment, everything that we need to do to kind of keep operations running, make updates as we need to, things like that. So Appreciate that for anyone who's interested. But certainly by far the most important thing folks can do, subscribe, turn on those notifications, and get the word out to others about the channel. All right, let's go back down here to this radar and seeing what's coming in from the Baja. So again, you can see here, I continue to focus in on this area that's southeast of San Diego. This is where you really start to get the more intense precipitation rates starting to show up. And that'll continue to increase as time goes on. Hey there, Madison. Good morning. Thanks for joining. And also just want to say a big thank you. Actually, that reminds me with Madison joining. Just want to say a big thank you to all of our mods. There's a number of folks that are mods to the channel. Great group. They do an awesome job. They're all passionate about weather and meteorology, and just really appreciate everything that they're doing as well. So I know they come in and out at different times when they're able to, but just want to say thank you to them as well. You've been prepping for hours while listening. What are your thoughts on Corona? Well, the area there where you're at is definitely, you're in the moderate risk area here for excessive rainfall and flooding. Tropical storm warning in effect from San Diego up to the Los Angeles metro area and points inland from there across Southern California. I would be prepared for tropical storm force winds to come in there as the day progresses. That's not into the area yet. In fact, that's still well south of San Diego even still. So none of that is close to the area yet, but it will as the day progresses. Rainfall totals, I'd expect 2 to 4 inches in the area, a good 2 to 4 inches, depending on how this plays out. Could be isolated higher amounts in your area. So that's obviously a lot of rain for the area there. And points east from there, you start getting into a little bit more interior Southern California up to Southern Nevada. That's where we're looking at rainfall totals. They could be half a foot to 10 inches, even potentially some very isolated areas of a foot plus, and those areas in particular are at greatest risk for catastrophic flooding. So we're keeping an eye on that activity coming in from the south. Continue to be watching this over time. Also watching down here, the center of Hilary is actually, I think it's like right in here. So it's too far out of it's out of the radar range for us to really pick anything up from it at this point. But it's going to be over on this side here, south and especially eastern side here, where there's an intense precipitation that will then, moisture with that, get transported up the Gulf of California, which is abnormally warm water temperatures. That moisture will pour into Southern California, far southwest Arizona, and that will help aid in the development of the intense precipitation. AH low. It's been raining there in Vegas on and off since Friday. Casinos may flood. Well, yeah, I mean, this is also monsoon season in the area there, right? So I've been watching that, and I mentioned earlier, actually, probably before you joined, but I mentioned how a number of these areas have had flash flood warnings in recent days because of strong, severe thunderstorms have been scattered about around Lake Havasu City. I think it was yesterday, the day before. There was a number of flash flood warnings there. There were some areas that had gotten like 1 to 3 inches of rain in a pretty short time there. So that's been happening sporadically throughout some of these areas over several days, just as part of quote normal monsoon season. And then now you throw this into it on areas that are already saturated. Emo, if I said it right. Yellow and oranges is intense precipitation down here. So when you get down into, this is over the border here in northern Mexico, northwest Mexico there, south of San Diego. All of this that I've zoomed in on here, this is more intense rainfall coming in. And again, further to the south and east is where more of the thunderstorm activity is. That appears to be, again, still more down here outside of our radar coverage, so we're not able to actually see much of what's going on down in this area radar-wise. Chrissy, I have not seen a whole lot out of the Baja California. Now, keep in mind, a lot of the impact has been overnight. Because the center is right down in this area now and has come up from down here. So a lot of the impacts here are just kind of starting to occur in these areas as this moves through. So we'll continue to watch this as the day progresses, as the center of Hilary moves closer. When it starts to get up into this area here near San Diego, just east, that's when you start to have that increasing tornado threat. Up here in the areas inside the green, and then especially inside the brown circle area, from the Las Vegas metro area south. From there down through Southern California, a good chunk of Southern California, Southeast California, far western Arizona. Kind of the area generally from Palm Springs over to Lake Havasu City is kind of right in between there, and that cuts across I-10 and I-40. That area is your greatest threat area for isolated tornadoes. Although, again, flooding is going to be the number one issue with this whole event. Yeah, hides. Yes, that's a great point too. People in like some of the back country that have been there. I think the Las Vegas National Weather Service was warning about that in terms of you're going to end up with down power lines, flooded, washed out, impassable roads in the back country areas there. Around interior Southern California and then west of Vegas and some of those areas out there. So anyone who is out in those areas, or if there's just people that happen to live in those areas, that's what some of the things you're going to be contending with out there. So for Los Angeles here, if you look to your south and southeast, here comes the precipitation starting to work its way up and in here. Quite a bit of precipitation here pushing into interior Southern California. Again, this is all well out ahead of the main part of the storm. Thanks for continuing to watch from Australia there, Kara. I've seen Australia, I've seen New Zealand, I've seen UK, I think some other countries in Europe as well tuning in. I think down here we might be starting to see the actual center, which is down here in this area, starting to the edge of the center of circulation down here starting to show up a bit on the radar here. It's still way down on the outskirts and just outside of the radar coverage. Go back here and see if there's been any other updates. Excuse me, from the Weather Prediction Center. Same one that they had before for right now. Let's see, the National Hurricane Center should be putting out a new one soon. Let's see here. Next intermediate advisory at 5 a.m. Pacific time. Next complete full advisory at 8 Pacific time. So that's still a ways away. The intermediate advisory is coming before too long. This is the main map I've been using to kind of show that's from the National Hurricane Center. Oops, sorry about that. Let's go back here. Accidentally clicked off that. So this is the main map from the National Hurricane Center here. This is showing where your flooding threat is, the greatest risk of flooding and significant flooding. So anywhere in the pinks here, this pink area, this is where the high risk is. First time ever the Weather Prediction Center has issued a high risk for excessive rainfall and flash flooding in Southern California. And that extends just to the west of Vegas there and across a portion of southern Nevada. This is the area most at risk for catastrophic flooding. Areas in the red, that's your moderate risk area. That does include the Los Angeles metro area and San Diego metro area, includes the Vegas metro area. Significant risk of flood issues in these areas. Not as significant as in this pink, but still very significant risk there. And then when you get into the yellows, that's where you'd have more isolated to some scattered, widely scattered or scattered instances of flash flooding possible, and that runs over the next 2 to 3 days all the way up to the Canadian border, U.S.-Canadian border in Montana. So even portions, early this coming week, portions of eastern Oregon, Idaho, western Montana are all going to have the threat of flash flooding associated with this long after this is no longer any sort of, quote, tropical storm or anything like that. Again, what we continue to mention for the perspective of this is the Death Valley. Those who've been on a while are probably tired of hearing it, but it really gives a good perspective for folks. Death Valley National Park, their annual precipitation in a year averages 1.48 inches, and they may be getting an inch of rain per hour during the height of this storm and could potentially have double to triple the amount of annual rainfall that they normally get in a year in a matter of 6 hours. So whatever that's going to do it remains to be seen. Yeah, if you have neighbors or elderly near you or anything like that, be sure you're checking on them. Checking on them both ahead of time and during or after the event as well. Linda. That would be over in this area, roughly. Kind of right around here. Yeah, definitely starting to see the center of circulation on the outer fringes of this radar down at the bottom here. Right here, but we don't have a good look at it right now because it's not in range really. But that's the edge. All this precipitation that's heavy here is spiraling around it. Aisha, thanks for joining. Let's switch over to San Diego again here for a second. Let's see. Probably going to be best to stick with this radar here to really keep an eye on what's coming. Questionable backyard. The tornado threat, the edge of the tornado threat is just east of San Diego. That's where it begins. That low-end threat of isolated tornadoes, and it gets a little bit of a greater threat as you go well northeast to San Diego, starting up towards Palm Springs. Martina, I have not seen anything. Although I've tried to look a few times just quickly, but haven't seen much. It also has been coming through there now. Much of Baja's gotten this coming through during the overnight hours too, so that may contribute as well to not seeing so much. Looks like we're up to about 1,000 viewers right now. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. Be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications as well to keep informed here. And we run this pretty much 24/7. Yeah, there is a tornado threat, isolated tornado threat in portions of Southern California, east of the Los Angeles metro area and starting just east of the San Diego metro area. And then that goes all the way into far southwest Arizona, including Yuma, and then north up to Lake Havasu City and into the Vegas metro area. The half, appreciate the feedback there. They did in the last SPC Storm Prediction Center update that was back around 10 p.m. Pacific time-ish, roughly. They did add in a more elevated tornado threat area here, a localized area. It's along I-10 and I-40. Around Palm Springs and then east from there over close to just west of Lake Havasu City. That's your area that's got the maximum tornado risk today with this. Welcome there, Chrissy. And tornadoes are rather common, or the threat of tornadoes is rather common with tropical systems. So that from a meteorological perspective, there is normal, not surprising to see that there's this tornado risk in the area here. So we'll get the new update from the check and see if they put anything out early. Probably not yet. The plane's still going. No, they did. Actually, they did just put the update out. Let's flip over to that real quick, and then I'll take a brief break. So they have the new update out. So this is a 5 a.m. Pacific time update. So Hilary is, as we've seen, we already know this, but very near the west coast of Baja California. Catastrophic and life-threatening flooding likely over Baja California and portion of the southwest U.S. through Monday. We've been talking about that. Winds have decreased just slightly from 85 to 80 sustained, so still a Category 1 hurricane. So actually real fast, I'll flip back over to the radar for a second. So the center, actually what are they, hold on. Sorry, let me go back here. So it's 285 miles south-southeast of San Diego, the actual center of circulation. So about within 285 miles of San Diego and still a Category 1 hurricane at this point. So to give you an idea, so that center is about right about here at the end, right here. So center is right here. Still hanging on to Category 1 hurricane intensity at this juncture as it continues to push its way on the north-northwest. Still moving north-northwest at 21 miles per hour, which is at a good clip for tropical system. See a number of folks thanking for the updates. Appreciate the kind words, and you're welcome. That's the intention of the channel here is get the word out, keep people informed, provide useful information for folks. So let's see if there's anything to note. Discussion and outlook here. We can take a look at what they have to say here. Hilary is expected to accelerate as it moves north-northwestward to northward over the next day or so. We've talked about that. We'll move across Southern California this afternoon, the center. Sustained winds still 80 with higher gusts. Weakening is expected, but Hilary is likely to still be a hurricane while it passes near the west coast of the central Baja California this morning. Still expected, as was been forecast, to weaken to a tropical storm before it reaches Southern California, and then will be a tropical storm as it crosses into Southern California. Which again, I believe will be the first one since 1939. You continue to reference rainfall totals. Dangerous to catastrophic flooding expected. Some significant flash flooding even expected as far north as Oregon and Idaho. We've talked about that. We've talked about the wind aspect of this. Tropical storm conditions expected to begin in Southern California later today. We've talked about the fact that winds could be particularly strong, and the higher gusts would be in elevated areas, higher elevations. There you could see winds of 60 to 80 plus potentially. See if I don't think they, let's see, yeah, they only did the intermediate here. Go back here. Okay, so this shows here where it's at and the warnings, and so there's in your blue there's your tropical storm warning from roughly Los Angeles down to San Diego. Still hurricane watch in effect just south of San Diego in the Baja there. Probably will be a tropical storm strength when it gets to about where that hurricane watch is, but close enough that they have that hurricane watch up there. But again, you can see the circulation right where we were seeing it on radar, right here where that X is. That little darker area there, it's probably hard to see, but that's where your focused area of hurricane force winds are. And then the area in orange here is tropical storm force winds. So you can see that's not too far from the border with California there. It's still a little bit back, but moving at about that figure, that's kind of shifting at about 20 to 25 miles per hour northward. So later on, you know, we're at later morning into early afternoon, it should be starting to cross over into Southern California here down by San Diego. Now that won't be right away in Los Angeles area or points inland further, so keep that in mind. It'll be delayed versus when that were to start occurring in the San Diego area. Glad to have you here, Chrissy. Thanks for the vote of confidence. So then again, tropical storm as it comes into the San Diego area, the center, and then still a depression by tonight as it moves over roughly up towards kind of the Death Valley area, or maybe near a little northwest of there. As a tropical depression, and will become post-tropical and a more remnants as it moves north, but still brings all the heavy rain with it as we get up there into Monday morning. You're welcome there, Madison. Thanks for your modding. Extremely important as well. All right, so that's the view there. Let's see what else. I'll go back here. Again, I know a lot of folks are kind of bouncing in and out, checking in on things and trying to get the updates. Here is the National Hurricane Center's last update as of now on area that's most at risk for flooding. The flooding and heavy rain, flash flooding, and in the areas in pink that are the first ever high risk for excessive rainfall and flash flooding issued by the Weather Prediction Center that they've ever issued for Southern California. This area in pink is a greatest threat for catastrophic flooding. D, yeah, as hurricane season progresses in the Gulf and anywhere along the southeast U.S., Gulf Coast, will be all over it. Like I mentioned last year, we were all over Hurricane Ian as that approached, and it was actually, despite a terrible situation where Hurricane Ian, actually the chat was really cool in terms of people joining. Folks were from all over, especially the west coast of Florida there, that were trying to figure out where the center of it was going to go. And folks were asking, what do I do? Or, hey, I'm new to this area. I've never been through this. Or, hey, what do you recommend for this or that, for boarding up or different things? And folks that have been through it before all in the chat were all helping each other out and stuff. Just really, really cool. Despite a bad situation, of course, that's when it's cool to see everybody kind of jumping in and chat and so forth. And a lot of questions coming through that just the scroll goes too much to be able to answer all the things that come through, and people would all just jump in and help out. Really cool. But again, area in pink here, and this is especially these eastern side of the higher elevation mountain range slopes here. That's where you're really going to have that biggest risk of catastrophic flooding. That's especially where you're going to see things like landslides, mudslides, that kind of thing. We'll be seeing debris flows. Just a lot of impacts in these areas here. In the red, that's your moderate risk area. So again, still significant rainfall expected throughout this whole moderate risk area here, and definitely flash flooding is likely in many areas within this red area, the moderate risk. And then this yellow area, again, this is representing a slight risk, but that's where really, when you get into yellow, that's where you're really starting to have a much more just generally increased risk of heavy rain and the potential for scattered flash flooding instances. And then again, that goes all the way up as we get into tomorrow and Tuesday. It goes all the way up to western Montana, all the way to the Canadian border. So again, it gives you a good idea here for those that have tuned in more recently, which areas outlook to be most impacted by the precipitation on this. And precipitation will be heavy rain, flooding threat is definitely the number one threat with this event. There will be tropical storm force winds that do move into portions of Southern California later today. And especially those higher elevations, you could get more enhanced wind up there, where you could be getting 60 to 80 mile an hour gusts up there. That certainly is a damaging wind level. I mean, that's severe thunderstorm level winds. That can definitely do damage, power outages, trees down, that kind of thing, blocking roads that then, restrict travel in some of the areas, especially if it's some of those more elevated or interior areas that are more backcountry type locations could get cut off. Western Arizona, definitely in the potential here. They've been getting a lot of rain actually through the overnight hours in the area here. And then moving up through Las Vegas on and off. You can see camera 3 below my screen. The roads continue to be slick there in the Vegas area from rainfall. So for right now, X marks the spot there within the circle. That's your center of Hurricane Hilary, which is still a hurricane as of the latest update that came through just a bit ago from the National Hurricane Center. Winds sustained still at 80 with higher gusts. It's expected to remain a hurricane here as it moves through the western portion of Baja California coast here where it's at now. Will weaken to a tropical storm as has been forecast. As it gets into the northern portion of the Baja, south of San Diego, and then it's expected to cross over into California as a tropical storm later today, and that'll be the first one that has entered California as a tropical storm type scenario since 1939, I believe. Excuse me. Diane, thanks for joining from Idaho. I've actually been talking about Idaho too a little bit because Idaho is in the outlook area. Eastern Oregon, Idaho, and the southwest and western Montana through early Tuesday, or even potentially even a little later than that into later in the day Tuesday, still in the threat area of heavy rain and flash flooding associated with what will be the remnants of Hilary at that point, but still capable of producing heavy rain and flash flooding. JP, a good 2 to 4 inches is outlined in the San Diego area. Richard, your bet on it is that it will weaken to a tropical depression and not be a tropical storm when it hits California. And if that occurs, that won't really make any difference to anything we're talking about here, because whether it's a tropical storm or a tropical depression, it changes nothing about the rainfall that's going to be coming, the impacts of that rainfall, the threat of isolated tornadoes in the area outlined, and still going to have gusty winds, and winds that are still be in excess of 60 to 80 and higher elevations anyway. So it's one of those things where, whether it comes in as a tropical storm, whether it was a depression, the impacts here really aren't going to change much. Catching up a little bit on chat here. David, yes. I have a degree in meteorology. Is it slag? I'm not sure if I said that right. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Can this strengthen? This won't strengthen at this point. It is, in terms of sustained winds, on a weakening trend as been forecast. Doesn't change anything about the intense rainfall and threat of severe flooding in many areas, but it is not going to strengthen from this point on. Stephen, you're in Las Vegas. Heavy rainfall is definitely going to be a major threat in the area there. You're also outlined in the isolated threat of tornadoes as well, because you're going to be on that kind of front right quadrant of where the center of Hilary moves, which is the area that can be sometimes get into some of that activity. Definitely be weather aware for heavy rain, windy conditions, and that isolated tornado threat. All right, I'm going to take a brief break here. I need to fill up my water. Need to get a stretch break and maybe grab a little bit of something to eat here briefly. But I'm going to turn on the NOAA weather radio for Los Angeles metro area here, so that'll keep going. I'll keep the radar up, and then I'll be back on in just a bit here to continue the coverage. For those of you who are new, again, if you haven't subscribed, please do turn on notifications. But the stream will remain running. We're going to be running this 24/7 through all of this. Make sure to stay tuned here. Again, weather radio will go on in a second, and then I'll be back on in just a bit.
Especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County when? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When, from 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts, excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks,
There is one
roads,
new special
urban
marine
areas,
warning.
and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts, excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.NOAA.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+SHTML/0612448SHTML. Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement Locks. There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east of the county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long-wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 am. The GFS and Deterministic as well as the GUFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today, showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Southwest winds around 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandberg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verdes Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the intercoastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These Winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and Two Harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+ SHTML/O61248 SHTML. Contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement flags locks. There is good confidence in the track of Hilary, as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast to county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lobster County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible, along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s, or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 am. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GUS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today. Showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Southwest winds around 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from the tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandberg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verdes Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the intercoastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and two harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. A particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County, and a portion of Santa Barbara County when, from Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.NOAA.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+ SHTML/061248 Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement /LOCS. There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all ensembles from multiple MDLs show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east of the county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long-wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 a.m. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GEFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTNV forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today, showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Southwest winds around 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from the tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandburg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the inner coastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and two harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible? Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible? Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible? Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ Flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.NOAA.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+ SHTML/061248SHTML. Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement /LOX. There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east of the county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 am. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GEFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today, showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Southwest winds around 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandburg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the inner coastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and Two Harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.NOAA.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+ SHTML/061248 Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement (LOCS). There is good confidence in the track of Hilary, as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east of the county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 am. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GUFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today. Showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Southwest winds around 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night,
There
mostly
is one
clear
new
early,
special
then low
marine
clouds
warning.
and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from the tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandberg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the intercoastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and Two Harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Los Angeles County Sunday morning through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From Sunday morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. A particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. A flood watch is in effect for Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts: excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.NOAA.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+ SHTML/061248 Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement (LOCS). There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east of the county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long-wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 am. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GUFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today, showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour after midnight. Monday, showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Southeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the morning. Chance of precipitation 70%. Monday night, mostly clear in the evening, then partly cloudy. Lows in the lower to mid-60s. Tuesday, partly cloudy in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Southwest winds around 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Wednesday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to mid-80s. Wednesday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Thursday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the mid-70s to lower 80s. Thursday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from the tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandburg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the inner coastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and Two Harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.NOAA.gov. Refresh graphics at 4 plus SHTML/061248SHTML. Cone contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement (LOCS). There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east to county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. Peak PWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat of thunderstorms across the interior. Winds will subside quickly as well. Max temps will mostly be in the mid-70s to mid-80s or about 6 to 12 degrees below normals. Long wave troughing will cover the west coast on Tuesday. Skies will be partly cloudy at worst. There may be some buildups in the afternoon over the mountains, but there is not enough moisture to produce a threat of thunderstorms. Lots of sunshine and drier air will allow for 4 to 8 degree warm-up over most of the area. Long-term Wednesday, Saturday, March 20th, 24 am. The GFS and EC deterministic as well as the GEFS and EPS ensembles are all in good agreement for the XTND forecast. And all in all, it will be 4 days of benign weather. A large upper high will expand and push into the state from the east on Wednesday and Thursday. Then on Friday, another long wave trough pushed in from the west and lower heights. The marine layer will slowly reestablish itself, and there will be areas of night through morning low clouds and fog. Across the coast, heights will be high enough to prevent the clouds from getting into the valleys. Max temps rise on Wednesday, but then only change a few degrees up or down each day Friday through Saturday. Max temps will remain below normal through the period. The forecast for the Los Angeles County coast, including downtown Los Angeles, today, showers likely in the morning, then showers. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Tonight, showers with a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. North winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, shifting to the east 20 to 30 miles an hour.
Hey there, everybody. Getting back settled in here to continue on our coverage here. So probably the first couple things I want to note here and call out. So I'm going to switch off of the radar here. Do a quick check here and make sure that I didn't miss anything there. No. So Storm Prediction Center has put out their updated day 1 for severe weather. In particular, we're talking about tornado threat, and they have upgraded to a slight risk now from marginal to slight in Southern California, Western Arizona, far southwest Arizona, and extreme southern Nevada. Specifically, the tornado threat has been expanded now. In terms of the elevated threat of tornadoes. If you recall, when I was on before, there was just a little circular area here in Southern California. Now it's expanded more, and they've upgraded this to a slight risk. And so what we can do here is take a look at what they have to say here. This just came out at 5:49 Pacific time, 7:49 Central, 6:49 Mountain time. So summary, some tornado potential should develop today over the Imperial and Lower Colorado River valleys and vicinity. The threat for supercells with the potential for a couple tornadoes is expected to develop through the local mid to late morning hours over southern parts of this outlook area, and then shift and expand northward through the afternoon. So this pretty much matches up with the HRRR model that I was showing earlier. Not surprised that they've upgraded this a bit more expanded, I should say, and upgraded the severe threat here. What we were seeing on the HRRR forecast model showed by mid-morning-ish that it'd start to cross over from Mexico into Southern California. And now we've seen the Storm Prediction Center has accordingly updated this. So isolated severe gusts may also occur in storms away from the closed circulation of Hilary. That's considered separate type of damaging wind from the tropical cyclone itself. Rapid cell motions and fast flow not far above the surface will support some downward momentum transfer and downburst potential. Let's see. Scan through here. Greatest potential concentration of activity appears to be over parts of the lower Colorado River Valley region, westward through the Imperial Valley and into parts of the Mojave Desert, where the elevated 5% tornado risk or slight risk overall is maintained, with some expansion to include similar nearby environment. The most favorable corridor will begin near the Mexico border within a few hours and then shift and expand northward. Let's see here. Occasional cloud breaks ahead of Hilary's core precipitation region will help aid in daytime heating. Potential is expected to diminish rapidly this evening from a tornado perspective as the cyclone continues to weaken. So we're going to have now ramping up tornado threat here from about mid-morning. I can switch over to the radar here and kind of zoom and talk about this a bit more. So on the tornado threat front here, mid-morning, you're looking at kind of this area here is where your tornado threat will crank up. And then as the day progresses, it'll shift more into these areas up here. So it gives you an idea. Can come back to the social media here a bit. So begin to keep an eye on, I've added a second panel here with the radar. So on the left-hand side, we have reflectivity. So basically what we were showing before in precipitation intensity. On the right-hand side now, I've added in our, basically our look at where there could be potential rotation in storms as they move in from the Baja California. Jamie, yes, indeed. It is supposed to get near 100 or above. Rio, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Marion, glad we're helping you keep calm. Appreciate those new that have joined. Stepped away for a bit to kind of get a little bit of breakfast, stretch break, just kind of get my eyes off the screen for a bit. But yeah, this is the kind of coverage we provide. Live coverage of hurricane, tropical systems, severe weather, tornadoes, winter storms across the entire United States. We live stream storm chasing as well periodically and run the channel mostly 24/7. So again, if this is the kind of coverage of interest to you or you find it informative, you can help us out by subscribing and turn on those notifications. Start to see some of this activity down here. I'll circle it bottom left panel. Actually, for now, let me avoid confusion, put it back on this view here. So we're going to be watching now the area that is getting my attention now is this activity that's coming in right in here, especially down the kind of the right half of this circle. As that moves north, and we're getting into well, it's 6:40 Pacific time roughly. As that moves north and gets up near the border there, that was where you'll begin probably, kind of, I'll say quote unquote officially, but really that's where generally it'll begin to have that tornado threat begin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Starting to see some precipitation breaking out more now in western Arizona, west of Phoenix. That was not showing up much earlier. You can also see the 2% threat for tornadoes, the low end. That green area has expanded more. It's gone more west and kind of northwestern Arizona. It's gone further into Nevada and even now gets into southwest Utah, including St. George and Cedar City. Let's check the San Diego radar here. Steady rain here, approaching, just starting to get into the downtown Los Angeles area. Steady rain through the eastern half of the metro area, it appears. So a lot of steady rain here. The first real steady rain that's coming into the Los Angeles area associated with the storm system. You can see inland in California, rain coming down pretty good here. East of Palmdale, near to Victorville, along I-40. Gonna keep moving along up the coast here. Get further up here, there was that area of somewhat of training precipitation overnight where you had showers and some heavier thunderstorms embedded that were pretty much along the I-5 area here from east of San Jose to down towards Bakersfield. So it's pretty much in that area right along the interstate there. That's kind of moved north of Fresno now, weakened, and has generally kind of moved out, but now you're starting to see the edges of more of this broader precipitation working its way northward now. Yeah, the center at this point in time appears to be kind of right around here. That would put it about, let's see here. ...220-ish miles, a little over 200 miles south-southeast of San Diego. Putting on a little bit of kind of scrolling through social media here. This appears to be what Baja California. This would have had to have been from the more southern portion of the peninsula and yesterday, because this is clearly during a broad daylight time frame. Sometimes it's hard to know on some of these because you got such a mix of real and then kind of troll activity on social media, posting stuff that's not related. Could be a storm from 6 years ago or something, and someone wants to make it look like it's current. So it's kind of have to work around. Hey there, Nikki. Getting some rain and starting to get some drizzle, light rain in Glendale. Seeing some of that out there. It started to develop. Let's jump west real quick and take a look at that. Arizona here. Mostly across the western half of the state here, northwest of the Phoenix metro area. And well southwest of Phoenix towards the Arizona border with Mexico. Let's see if we can see anything on this radar here. So yeah, the outer, the outer edge of somewhere in this area here. Could be right around here. And Katy, local grocery store, out of water there. Let's actually jump over and take a look at the satellite here again. You can really see that center pretty much showing up right. I wonder if this is, let's see here. Yeah, so that center right up in this area here. It's kind of jumpy on the satellite, but bounce over here and look at some of the National Hurricane Center graphics. So we've seen this last update. It was maximum sustained winds at 80. I would say pretty decent chance this is going to be a tropical storm at the next update. Excuse me, which is again was forecast to weaken before to tropical storm from a hurricane before it reaches the border with California and Mexico there. So you'd see a tropical storm getting in here over the next several hours. Tropical storm warnings continue in Southern California. So we've seen this. Here's again the view of the tropical storm force winds in the orange circular area. Leah, thanks for tuning in from El Salvador. You're welcome, A1. But yeah, area in orange here is where the tropical storm force winds are. You can see how close this is getting to California border and the border with Arizona there too. Yeah, Christy, some of that video from Baja is pretty serious, no doubt about that. In any of these cases where you see like the just full-blown flash flood pouring through an area, you can always tell there's elevation associated with it of some sort of slope. Torrential rain at the high elevations then flows downward. So again, you can see that where the wind field is for Hilary. We've been talking about flood potential. Again, here's the flood threat areas. We've been covering this quite a bit. As you can see again here, areas in pink. That's your bullseye, so to speak, for extreme rainfall totals in the area and potential catastrophic flooding. Record and potential catastrophic flooding. And then inside the red is your moderate risk area. Definitely significant threat of flash flooding throughout this whole area in red as well. Yellows have isolated to some scattered instances of flash flooding throughout southern half of this area in yellow. So from the central Nevada and southward would be through today into tonight. And then as we get into Monday, into early Tuesday, you begin to see more of that flood threat expanding up into Oregon, Idaho, Montana, all the way to the U.S.-Canadian border. Probably be putting out a new precipitation discussion soon to talk about the situation here. That was still the one that we had from earlier there. Again, these are your areas of focus. Weather Prediction Center called that out with their precipitation discussion from now several hours back. They should be issuing a new one before too long here. Sarah, flash flooding will be occurring later today into tonight, in particular, in the areas outlined here. In particular in the red, but especially in the pink, is where you have the greatest threat of severe flash flooding and life-threatening impacts, catastrophic impacts, whatever word you want to use. A1, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Glad you're finding the channel informative. So again, gives you an idea there. And we're going to be keeping an eye out here for the increasing tornado potential as the day progresses. That's what we'll be looking for on the right-hand panel of these two radars. That is where you will look for rotation. Love clouds. You haven't experienced this kind of storm, so over ready, you suppose? Better to be that than the other way around. David, you're saying the city of San Diego's closed roads in lower lying areas. Let's move north here up to Vegas area for a moment. Very steady rainfall occurring just north of Vegas right now. This area here. Excuse me. A1 Street, I think you should be in all right shape there where you're referring to. Yeah, rain is really just getting into the Los Angeles area in terms of the metro area. Parts of it are seeing precipitation, other parts not yet. Lou, so Hilary at last update was a Category 1 hurricane. I would suspect at the next update it will be a tropical storm. So zooming in on the Los Angeles area here. So this is a perfect example. So someone was just mentioning, yeah, there's no rain in Malibu. So you can see here on this radar. Here's Malibu right here. you have not had the precipitation get into your area yet. But the eastern portions of the Los Angeles metro area are in steady rain at this point. Appreciate that there, Leah. Thank you for the sub. This should give you a good view of what's going on across the Los Angeles area. It appears that the downtown area is just starting to get into the edge of the precipitation here. Appreciate the sub there, Ghosty Lou. Hey there, Crony. So basically it looks like right now, if you zoom in on this here further, the edge of the precip shield here is from about Manhattan Beach to downtown Los Angeles roughly to about Glendale. Although Glendale, someone else said they were from Glendale, you're probably referring to California versus Arizona. I'm just remembering now. Basically, if you're along and east of the 110 there, you are in precipitation. For the most part, if you're west of that, you haven't gotten in on it yet. Power outages seeing a little bit more showing up now in a few of the counties there along the Arizona and Nevada border and far southeastern California. Not a ton right now, but starting to see a little bit. Diane, yes, the faster this thing can come through and accelerate, the better. And looking up further north here. And the edge of that rain is really still east of Bakersfield, well east of Bakersfield still. Just roughly speaking here. Probably about 50 miles southeast of Bakersfield. Josh, yes, definitely. Rain is going to be and flooding is going to be the primary issue with this. Definitely. Yes, Android, good point there.
There is one new special marine warning.
Is it Braven? Did I say that right, or is it pronounced differently? Thanks for joining. Blue Moon. At the last update, it was a Category 1 still. I still am thinking it'll be down to a tropical storm. I'm going to guess winds to 70 sustained and tropical storm strength at the next update. That's my prediction. We'll see. Thanks, Chrissy. See you in a bit. Thanks, Madison. take a look here at the forecast model that we looked at earlier. This is the HRRR, known as the HRRR. So give us a look here in a second at so this says 9 a.m. Pacific time. And it's this activity down here that you see. This is simulated what the forecast model is directionally thinking may occur, so don't worry about exact location here of stuff as much as just generally what it's showing. It starts to show the activity that would begin to crank into that tornado risk here by about 9 Pacific time. And then definitely by 11, starting to see activity, both potential in southwest Arizona, supercell activity there, and then also into far southern California. And this is around noon Pacific time. Definitely starting to see by noonish here in these areas activity that will definitely need to be watched for, any sort of tornadic activity. (1 p.m.) 2, so by 2, and you're kind of seeing why they expanded that out a bit here with the tornado threat. You're seeing more signs on the forecast model. Others are probably singing a similar tune. Which is why they expanded that 2% risk, that low end, and then the more elevated tornado threat area as well. At 3 p.m. Pacific, definitely showing some again, don't worry about exact location, but definitely is indicating continued some supercell embedded threat here. Center being over here of the circulation. That's what it's depicting here. Without to the front right quadrant of that circulation, they're showing, or it's showing embedded supercell structures here that would have the threat of tornadoes. Same thing at 4 Pacific, 5, and I think they were saying once it gets starting to diminish here, by the time you get to 6, 7, and that's in terms of tornado threat. By sunset, that threat will begin to diminish, or will diminish pretty significantly. And again, you can see here in green everything inside the green is where you have the at least a low end threat of tornadoes, isolated tornadoes, and then in that brown is really the more focus area in particular for that threat of tornadoes. Includes Yuma, Arizona, Lake Havasu City, Bullhead City, Needles, Desert Shores, Palm Springs, kind of all those areas are in that more elevated threat area. Precipitation now is, at least to varying intensities, has overrun much of Los Angeles metro area, especially east of 110. Yeah, D. It's just that waiting for it to come in, and since they move slow, even with this moving over 20 miles an hour, still relatively speaking slow. Looks like we got a camera issue here. See if I can get that back up. Knowledge is power. You're welcome. Check the San Diego area here. You can see for Los Angeles area too, when you look at the San Diego radar, there's a lot more steady to heavy precipitation just offshore here. That will be coming into the western portions of the Los Angeles area, so that'll help pick up the rainfall rates there. Here's a view into some of that flooding again. It's in the southern portion of Baja California. Yes, still awake here. We're on almost 8 hours now. Mine guy, yes. So the precipitation really right now has made it to about the Los Angeles area and points east and southeast of there. It has not made it to your area yet. It's moving to the northwest, though, working its way towards you. It appears Tropical Storm Emily has just formed officially in the Atlantic. Don't think they've even updated that on any of their info just yet. Yeah, joshing you, you're saying that the event is a joke. That's because you're at nothing's really started yet. And the center of circulation is still about 200 miles southeast of San Diego. You're more likely to see wind impacts from this in terms of any sort of damage at the higher elevations in interior Southern California up into Nevada. And there we go. It looks like we're just getting the update now. So looks like what I said was on the mark there. Hilary has been downgraded to a tropical storm now with sustained winds. I think they should have it at 70. That flooding video is from what's now Tropical Storm Hilary, the southern portion of the Baja California and Mexico. Tom, yeah, they haven't updated if it's still showing 80. They have officially moved it to 70. Tropical Storm Emily in the Atlantic. Will be no threat to land. It's way out there and will curve up well east of Bermuda and out to well out to sea. Should not be an issue. Yeah, their update does reflect now the 70. Let me go and refresh here. So here it is. Maximum sustained 70. So it's Tropical Storm Hilary. Movement north-northwest at 25 miles an hour, so it's picked up by 4 miles an hour in pace since last time. Yeah, there were some water temperatures down, I think south of Key West, I think is where it was, if I recall correctly, with water temperatures that have been in the upper 90s to near even 100 on the sea surface temperatures. That wouldn't even be enjoyable probably to be out in. Basically taking a kind of a steamy bath. RC, how does the speed at 25 miles an hour impact things? So the quicker it moves, the quicker that that it pushes its way through, and that reduces the amount of time that its impacts sit over the area. So the slower the storm moves, if you had a storm that, think of it this way, if you had a storm producing rainfall rates of 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 inches an hour, and it's moving at, let's say, 5 miles an hour, it's going to take, it's going to feel like, and really, in theory, take a long time to move through any area. So it's just going to be repeatedly churning, 1, 2, 3 inch an hour rainfall rates. Whereas, if you got it at, 20, 25 miles an hour, that's very fast, relatively speaking, for a tropical system coming ashore. Take a look at their verbiage here. Here's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center as of 8 a.m. Pacific time. Well, their 8 a.m. update, I should say. It's a little before that. Oops. They're continuing to call out flooding impacts here, certainly. Discussion and outlook here. Continuing to say that the center will move across Southern California this afternoon. Weakening on the sustained winds in the storm is expected, but the storm is expected to remain a tropical storm before it reaches into Southern California, so it impact at a tropical storm level or intensity. So that's what they have to say there. Take a look at the little bit more technical, detailed discussion here that they've put into it. A little bit more around exactly how they're thinking. Those of you who are new, thanks for joining. Be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications if you haven't already. Would appreciate that. So continued weakening due to cool waters, dry air, and land interaction is expected. Dry air intruding into the system from above. But it's forecast to remain a tropical storm before it reaches Southern California later today. The strongest winds are expected to be east of the center and in the areas of high terrain. So when you think about where you'd really be seeing that, let's go back here and take a look at this. Put full screen on here. Let's take away the social media for a second. Let's pull up the other radar. So assuming that center of circulation kind of moves along kind of roughly this panel, that's probably too far east. Let me redraw. Something like this. So if you have this as the center of the storm kind of moving along this blue line, it's going to be areas out here in this area here that are going to experience the strongest winds. So interior Southern California will get the strongest winds from this, given where it's at here, where the center is going. Also starting to continuing to see intensifying precipitation here south of the U.S.-Mexico border of Baja. Again, you're starting to see that circulation right in this area here. Jack, yes, tornadoes are a concern. Really heavy rain, flash flooding, and tornadoes are going to be the primary threat this afternoon. And gusty winds, especially at higher elevations. Especially at higher elevations, interior portions of Southern California. But the area outlined in brown here, well, actually, if I back out again, the area within the green line inside that is in that tornado threat area, but the area in the brown is in the more elevated tornado threat area. And that's going to be where you're just to the northeast and east of the center of circulation. So the real actual circulation portion of this, it's really the actual tropical storm, is right down in here. It's actually bigger than that, but it's zooming out here a little bit. Do that again. This is really your tropical storm area that's circled here. All of this rain that's out in front of it, it's associated with the tropical storm, but it's precipitation that's well out in front of the actual circulation itself. This radar now is just starting to pick up the northern portion of the tropical storm, starting to appear on the radar, getting in a cleaner range for it to show up. Intense precipitation rates there to the north of the center of circulation over the northern Baja there. As that pushes north, that will crank up the precipitation in Southern California. And as that comes in, that'll also increase the tornado threat. This is going to be pretty much your center right here. With the core of the tropical storm in this circled area, but only the northern portion here over the Baja, California, is being picked up in range by the Yuma radar. Freak, is it still classified as a hurricane? It was just classified as a tropical storm with winds at 70. So pretty much right on schedule in terms of timing and location as far as where that's occurred. This has been expected to be a tropical storm as it moves into Southern California to begin with. Dave, so yeah, it gets back to what I was saying a few minutes ago here. This rain that's coming in through Southern California, while steady in pockets here, the actual circulation of the tropical storm and then the core of this thing is again back down here like this kind of. And much of it isn't being picked up on radar here at this point. It hasn't gotten fully in range, but some of it has on the northern end of the circulation. Circulation's about kind of right in this area here. Freak, yes, we were using the Death Valley example earlier. Welcome there, Dave. The Death Valley example earlier was that their Death Valley National Park, it is, I think it was at 1.48 inches is their annual rainfall on average. So less than 1.5 inches of rain per year. And the expectation is that, and they're going to be in part of the heavier areas of this precipitation once it comes up, they'd be getting rainfall rates of up to 1 inch or potentially even higher, but up to 1 inch an hour. So 1.48 inches in a year is their normal, or average of rain, and they'd be getting much of that in an hour with this, and then a few to several inches of rain over a 6-hour period. So 2 to 3 times their annual precipitation is going to occur all within probably about a 6-hour period later today into tonight. Favorite darkness, 10 inches in some of the mountain areas is isolated. Amounts of that are not out of the question. Interior Southern California into Southern Nevada, west of the Vegas metro area. Dave, no, I don't. Because it is expected to come in as a tropical storm. Therefore, they would continue the tropical storm warnings. They would continue the high wind warnings that are closer to the Arizona border and up towards the border with Nevada. So, no, I do not. I believe you will begin to see flash flood warnings be issued, actually, as the day goes on. Once the heavy precip core area starts coming in, then you'll start to see flash flood warnings going up for these areas. I keep saying it's been really weird how the last like 2 months there have been severe thunderstorm warnings and other just warnings throughout the country, especially eastern half of the country. It feels like almost throughout each day and evening and morning and overnight. And in the last like 3 days here since this has been going on and starting to like zero in on this, there have been almost no warnings. Just a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings in the southwest here with some of the monsoons, and kind of in the Florida area for the most part. I think there was one stray tornado warning up near Boston a couple days ago. But otherwise, there's been almost nothing. It's really, really weird. It's weird how it got so quiet all of a sudden, is what I mean by that. Sally, the rain woke you up there, where you're at with it coming down? Tropical systems, I was saying earlier, are always a slow anticipation and wait. Because unlike other situations, in particular severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, you know this kind of system's coming. You can see it out there and either on radar in a distance, and there's extended time to think about it, prepare, and sit and wait for it. Versus more localized events like severe thunderstorms and tornadoes within. Welcome back there, Martina. ADLC. It's possible it can shoot up into categories out of nowhere. That will not be the case here. Hilary is on a weakening trend as it comes in. That does not change the impacts that it will result in, whether it's a tropical storm, whether it's a tropical depression. The intensity of the wind at this point is less significant because it's really going to be heavily about flooding, the isolated tornado threat, and wind at the higher elevations, in particular in interior California. So those things combined are going to happen regardless, but this won't increase in intensity at this point. It'll be continuing to go downward. ADLC there, you can have that happen in other scenarios, in the Atlantic and Gulf and those locations. You can have a storm that's out there coming in, and it could, depending on the situation, can quickly crank up or go up multiple categories in a rapid intensification state. In fact, this now tropical storm, but Hilary, the storm here, just a couple days ago, 24, 48 hours ago, really more like 48 hours ago, when it went under its intensification. I mean, it went from a tropical storm to a Category 4 hurricane in a pretty short period of time. That was a rapid intensification out there in much warmer waters and more conducive conditions in the atmosphere for it to really crank up that way. Folks that have newly come in and kind of bouncing in and out of the stream, thanks for joining. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream. That'll help us out. And then also be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications. Question, chances of the rain easing up on totals. Well, the more that it can accelerate in forward speed, the better. The less time that it has to be over any one area, the better, because that will make it less bad, I'll say it that way, than if it's going 5-10 miles an hour instead of what it's going now at like 25 miles an hour, which again is fast for a tropical system like this. Appreciate the sub there, Michael. Hey there, Victoria. Thanks for joining. Good to see you. It's been a little while. Keep in mind, though, too, where was it? Who was it? Dave, where you're saying you don't think it's going to be as strong as they thought it was going to be. Keep in mind, this has always been from the get-go, from days ago, forecast to weaken into a tropical storm from hurricane status as it moved into California. So this isn't the fact that it's weakening from the hurricane, the categories of hurricane to a tropical storm is no surprise, and that's what's been expected all along. It doesn't change the impacts, though, from a rain perspective as far as the capability of the storm to produce the torrential rain. I think the biggest thing right now is how fast it can continue to accelerate. That's, to me, the main wild card to how much precipitation occurs. Martina, I think the Nightbot gotcha for the multiple the same message. It looks for that. Just FYI. Diane. So it is still moving north-northwest. The center is down here, still a ways out, but it's moving north-northwest like this. So it will work its way closer. ADLC. I think the greatest impacts on this is going to be probably just inland, interior Southern California here. Just east of Los Angeles and a little bit more of the elevated areas. And then eastward from there towards the Nevada border and then up towards Death Valley in terms of precipitation. Tornado threat is most significant definitely to the east of the center on this, so east of San Diego. Tornado threat primarily east of Los Angeles. Yeah, RC. I mean, my approach in general is calmer about any sort of weather situations, even when there's significant severe weather, even when we're covering tornado warnings or tornadoes on the ground. I mean, we're serious about it, but call it when it's serious and make sure it's very well understood that it's a serious situation. But getting crazy about it and overhyping it to people is in terms of just that doesn't do good even when people that are in a path of something significant, because all it does is create more angst and people getting more anxiety about it and concerned and so forth. It's good to be aware that it's okay to be nervous and anxious about these kind of things, but a lot of channels do create unnecessary panic oftentimes. You got to be aware, you got to be, have your preparations done, know what your plan may be if the situation gets bad, and knowing where you live and if you're in a path or in a zone of greater risk. RC, your other question here. The two radars here, the two panels I have. The one on the left side, think of that as, I'll simplify it down to the left-hand side here is showing the intensity of the precipitation. So whether it's light versus very heavy precipitation. And the radar on the right, that is our, think of that as looking for rotation. So as the activity in the core of the storm, the actual circulation area gets up here closer to Southern California and crossing the border into Southern California, we'll be using that to look for tornadic activity, rotation.
There is one new special marine warning.
DB, thank you very much for your support there and becoming a Category 1 channel member. Very much appreciated. Supporting the channel, we're totally independent. We don't have the support of any larger channels or anything else that provide in funding and support or anything like that. We do our thing here, and the operations of the channel rely on viewers and subscribers and channel members and all that kind of stuff. So really appreciate that. Kind of perusing offline here, social media, see if I see anything else of note that I can pull up on the screen. ADLCX, appreciate the super chat. Very much appreciated. Also, don't have any, on this channel too, we often will do, when necessary, long, kind of call them marathon lives. Like right now, this one, we're going to be approaching 9 hours here soon. And then even when not on, the channel runs pretty much 24/7 coverage. Even when I'm not on and it's just running. We keep it up to date as much as we can. Usually pretty solidly up to date. Is it, let's see here. Is it Raimi? Is that how you say it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Appreciate the super chat. Very much appreciated. Bottom right camera. Actually, I'm glad you just called that one out. We've been switching that back and forth on 2 different cameras here. This is Pine Cove. I'm glad you mentioned that because I needed to update. I switched it from the Julian one. The other ones up there, we got Vegas, Palm Springs, and Redondo Beach. Raimi, good. Glad I got it right the first time. RC, appreciate the super chat as well. see if we get anything new. We're probably not going to see a whole lot on social media yet until we actually get the core of this thing getting into California. Michael, you got heavy rain that's moved into your area there? Move north here. Let's take a look at further up. First, let's look at San Diego. So you can actually see here offshore San Diego. Pretty sizable area, heavy rain here. It's going to be working its way to the northwest towards Los Angeles metro area, and areas probably just to the west of there. Anybody in the near eastern portions of the Los Angeles metro area? Arcadia? Downey? Anywhere along 605? That's that area there. Seems like it's got some pretty good precipitation coming down right now. Crony, nope, no sleep. Just went straight through. I mean, other than taking a couple of breaks. But otherwise, we've been going for 9 hours. Goal is to just keep everybody informed, stay on top of the situation. And keep in mind the precipitation in Los Angeles right now, while associated with Hilary, is not part of the actual core circulation. This is precipitation. It's a shield of precip that's just out in front of the actual circulation. It's still south of the U.S.-Mexico border. Have a good one there, Crony. Thanks for swinging by. Brian, you may want to check your device on your end. Crestline, California. Crestline, California. KG definitely should be prepared for some nasty conditions later on today into this evening. Bones, that's nice. Taking in some stray cats that are out there. Tawny, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Deb, your son left Vegas early, heading home to Utah. Very little traffic on the road and clear weather once he got into southwest Utah. That's good. Got himself clearing out of there and probably benefited in traffic from people trying to stay put or whatever east of Vegas. So again, this precipitation here that's in the Los Angeles area is, while associated with Tropical Storm Hilary, is not part of the actual circulation itself. It's just precip that's out in front to the north. Yeah, the circulation around that will be where you have more intense precipitation coming in. Yeah, once that circulation area starts to work its way in closer, that's when you'll see the increase in precipitation intensity, and then that is also when you'll have the greater threat, especially interior Southern California into southern Nevada and western Arizona, that increasing threat for isolated tornadoes as well. Victoria is a 40 to, say it is 40 to 70 is really the number of ranges that they'll actually say is a tropical storm. Again, that elevated tornado threat area is here in the brown. Outlining it in blue for a moment to highlight it a little better. That's your maximum risk area for isolated tornadoes this afternoon. That will occur as that center pushes closer and gets closer to San Diego or areas just to the east of there, and then it's usually, again, it's that right front quadrant, so to the east and northeast of the center of circulation. That's where you get that threat of tornadic activity. Hey there, Austin. Yes, indeed. Emily has tropical storm Emily's formed in the Atlantic, but is no threat to land and won't come anywhere near any land and will curve out way east of Bermuda. So while it's a named storm, it's of no threat. There is the potential in the Gulf of Mexico. I briefly talked about it a while ago that a tropical depression could form in the western Gulf of Mexico early this week or somewhere in the Tuesday or Wednesday time frame potentially, and then that would kind of work its way slowly westward towards the Texas or adjacent coast of Mexico there. That would also be primarily a heavy rain threat should that materialize. ADLC, I would take it seriously. I would take anything related to heavy rain and major flash flooding threat very serious. But that happens with pretty much, it's all relative there. It happens with every storm. I mean, even stronger hurricanes, you'll see people that are skeptical or saying, hey, it's not going to do it, or I'll believe it when it actually gets here, etc. And there's just, there's folks that just have that perspective on any type of storms before they come in. Or it never happens here, so this one won't happen either. Those kind of things. Morning there, Sandra. Yeah, Valerie, I didn't see if you were saying where you were specifically, but really the actual tropical storm circulation hasn't even entered the U.S. yet. It's south of the U.S.-Mexico border. All the rain that's occurring right now, for the most part, north of San Diego towards Los Angeles and inland, is all just kind of precipitation that's out in front of it. It's associated with the tropical storm, but out in front of it. Not part of that core circulation area. So that might be why you're thinking that. Nikki, what is the map to the left of me on there? So that is lightning. That shows where there's real-time lightning strikes. Actually, there's two different Nikkis here. Chalk. Is it do-it-yourself, I assume, with Nikki? That's who I'm referring to there. Hi, the other Nikki that's commented to below the previous Nikki. You're watching from the Caribbean. Thank you for joining. Yeah, and the other thing too, I used the analogy earlier for a different part of the country. For those that are in areas that get significant snow or heavy snow, I'll use Illinois as an example. Use the Chicago metro area. Now, granted, that's a heavy population as well, similar to a Los Angeles. But anytime you're getting snow, if the snow event is predicted to be, and again, this is all relative, so it would be different depending on where you live. Some areas, if you get an inch of snow, it's a massive deal. But, like let's say in the Chicago metro area, if they hear there's a storm and, that's it's going to be 1 to 3 inches of snow, everyone's like, that's nothing. It's not going to do anything or whatever. But it's actually those events in the winter that cause the most accidents, the most fatalities from vehicle accidents and other issues than the big snowstorm that everybody's prepared for, and then everyone just hunkers down and people aren't on roads and they stay put and are prepared. So not quite exactly the same as this scenario, but I do kind of think of that when some of these people do mention about it. It's not that bad or whatever. It doesn't take a lot, and a period of just very heavy rain can really create some big-time problems, especially in some of the higher elevation areas that we're talking about here. And in areas, again, like Death Valley, that's going to get more rainfall from this today than they get in a rainfall in a year. Looks like we got a couple of things coming through here. Let's see what we got. Two miles northwest of Julian, California. So that is northeast of San Diego. In fact, that's been one of the cameras I've had up, and it's not up now because it had been going in and out with connection. Source, Department of Highways, oak tree blocking lanes. on Winola Road near Highway 78, unable to move tree. Winds gusted 30 to 40 miles per hour at the weather station there. So with rain, some heavy that's been coming through that area, plus winds up to 40 right now, it's not part of the circulation at this point even. You're starting to get some trees down. Expect that to continue. Sammy Oranges, appreciate the feedback on that. Well, I'm going to be on, the channel runs 24/7, our channel, and even when it's not this kind of an event, we just pretty much run 24/7. I'm going to be on and off today. In fact, in a few minutes, I'm going to take another brief break to stretch, get some more water, stay hydrated. Just gotta get up and walk around here periodically, especially when you're over 9 hours on doing this here at this point and up the whole night. So yeah, I will be on and off throughout the day. Let's see. There's other reports starting to come in here too. Let's see what we got here. Whoa, where is this? This is definitely got to be in the higher elevation area here. Non-thunderstorm wind gust 10:20. That's my time. That's 8:20 a.m. Pacific. 6 miles west-northwest of Campo, California. A measured Mesonet source, Mesonet station, measured a 78-mile-an-hour gust. Now, if that's accurate, that's definitely got to be a higher elevation there. That was within the last 20 minutes. Oh, here's another one. 9 miles south-southwest of Julian, measured 69 miles per hour, a different Mesonet station. So those are getting into the higher elevations, presumably there. Here's another one, Mesonet, 9 miles west-northwest of, looks like I got cut off, Santa whatever. Measured 68 miles an hour by the Mesonet. Starting to see some flooding reports here. What's this? Flash flood. This was from within an hour ago. Red Rock, Randsburg Road. Public source required road closure. Red Rock, Randsburg, and Garlock Road from 395 to the 14 due to heavy flooding in multiple spots. That's up there by this Johannesburg and south of Ridgecrest. Here's also within the last hour or so, flash flood, Oak Creek, Cal Portland. Public flooding and debris in the roadway just east of Oak Creek. Plow required for cleanup. Another flash flood report. Cameron Canyon Road, public source, closed due to heavy debris on the road. Closure barriers placed in the area. So starting to get reports coming in here, including multiple reports of winds measured near 70 miles an hour. Again, presumably in higher elevations east of San Diego. So definitely seeing this. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. I'm going to put on the NOAA weather radio here from Los Angeles to keep posted and keep the radars running. Warnings will announce themselves, and I'll be back here shortly.
There is one new special marine warning.
Expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhcnoaa.gov/graphics/4+SHTML/O61248SHTML. Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricane soon to become Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement flags and slocks. There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all ensembles from multiple MDLS show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications for the forecast east of the county. A track to the west will be much wetter and windier, while a more eastward track would bring less rain and wind. It is strongly advised that people keep a close eye on the movement of the system. Hilary is beginning to accelerate, and now its major effects will occur a little earlier than Saturday's thinking. The peak of the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. This is a major and very dangerous storm with rainfall and flooding the preeminent threat. This is especially true for the Lofty County Mountains and the Antelope Valley, where significant and dangerous flash flooding is the most likely due to orographically enhanced heavy rain on the north slopes of the eastern San Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not changed. Record amounts of rainfall will be likely as optimal synoptic forcing interacts with deep tropical moisture. PPWATS near 2.50 inches. Forecasted rainfall through Monday is 1.5 to 3 inches for most coastal valley areas in La Ventura counties, with 3 to 7 inches possible in the La County Mountains and Antelope Valley. For Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, estimated rainfall projections are expected to range between 0.1 and 0.50 inches, except 1 to 2 inches possible in the mountains and interior. Peak rainfall rates are generally expected range between 0.50 and 1.00 inches per hour, but over the north-facing slopes where strong upslope enhancement is likely, rates up to 1.5 inches per hour are possible. Citizens need to be aware that the system will bring life-threatening flooding of small streams, creeks, arroyos, and ditches. Large debris flows will be possible along with a threat of rock and mudslides. Significant roadway flooding is likely. Hilary will bring strong and gusty winds to the area. There is now high confidence that heavy rain and gusty winds to tropical storm force 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts over 60 miles an hour possible in the mountains will affect the warning area. Because the wind direction is the same as a Santa Ana wind event, the areas typically affected by northeast offshore winds will be most vulnerable. The strong winds will have the potential to bring down trees and power lines as well as power outages. The system is now expected to move out pretty quickly after dawn on Monday, leaving clearing skies and a residual threat.
There is one new special marine warning.
low clouds and fog in the morning and sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early and low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning and sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KW37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz. This station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Whitman in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandburg on a frequency of 162.425 megahertz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Aguirre Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, Central Ventura County Valleys, Eastern Antelope Valley Foothills, Eastern San Fernando Valley, Eastern San Gabriel Mountains, Eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County Beaches, Los Angeles County Inland Coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu Coast, Northern Ventura County Mountains, Northwestern Los Angeles County Mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verdes Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, Southeastern Ventura County Valleys, Southern Ventura County Mountains.
There is one new special marine warning.
Western San Fernando Valley, Western San Gabriel Mountains, including the Highway 14 corridor and Western Santa Monica Mountains. A flood advisory for the following counties: Los Angeles, California. first the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.NHC-NOAA/SHTML/46124/SHTML. From conference to the latest prediction and forecast track of hurricanes and tropical storm warnings. For further information on Hilary and its impact on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement by Chris Ross. There is good confidence in the fact that Hilary is most all ensembles from multiple NDLS show little deviations from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have major implications to the forecast in the county. A track to the west will be wetter than the storm will likely occur between 4 p.m. today and 4 a.m. Monday. There are significant and dangerous flash flooding events like the new topography enhanced heavy rain on the slopes of the eastern and Gabriel Mountains. Rainfall total estimates have not seen record amounts of rainfall will be likely if optimal synoptic forces of in the mid-60s. Friday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. Friday night, mostly clear early, then low clouds and fog. Lows in the mid-60s. Saturday, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny. Highs in the upper 70s to mid-80s. You're listening to NOAA weather radio station KWO37, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.55 MHz. The station is operated by the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, and transmits from a tower on Mount Lukens in the San Gabriel Mountains. This broadcast is also relayed to a transmitter near Sandburg on a frequency of 162.425 MHz. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for the Antelope Valley, Calabasas and Agoura Hills, Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands, central Ventura County valleys, eastern Antelope Valley foothills, eastern San Fernando Valley, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, eastern Santa Monica Mountains, Los Angeles County beaches, Los Angeles County inland coast including downtown Los Angeles, Malibu coast, northern Ventura County mountains, northwestern Los Angeles County mountains including the Interstate 5 corridor, Palos Verde Hills, San Gabriel Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Susana Mountains, southeastern Ventura County valleys, southern Ventura County mountains, western Antelope Valley foothills, western San Fernando Valley, western San Gabriel Mountains including the Highway 14 corridor and western Santa Monica Mountains. A flood advisory for the following county, Los Angeles, California. What urban and small stream flooding caused by excessive rainfall is expected? Where? A portion of southwest California, including the following county, Los Angeles. When? Until 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time Sunday. Impacts. Widespread roadway and small stream flooding is expected across Los Angeles County today, especially in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Rapid rises in streams, creeks, and normally dry arroyos are expected. Dangerous flows will likely occur across low-water crossings, especially in the Antelope Valley. Additional details, at 8:10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated moderate to heavy rain overspreading across much of Los Angeles County, with rainfall rates between 0.20 and 0.50 inches per hour becoming common. Rain intensities will likely increase this afternoon and evening, with a flood watch in effect for the potential of dangerous and life-threatening flash flooding. Some locations that could experience flooding include Long Beach, Malibu, Lake Los Angeles, Acton, Burbank, Griffith Park, Universal City, North Hollywood, Pasadena, downtown Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, Alhambra, Van Nuys, Mount Wilson, Culver City, Encino, Inglewood, Northridge, and Santa Monica. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood turnaround. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Remain alert for flooding even in locations not receiving rain. Arroyos, streams, and rivers can become raging killer currents in a matter of minutes, even from distant rainfall. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California, including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the inner coastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Diego Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and Two Harbors. There is a potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible? Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. impacts, excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. What? Flooding possible? Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain resulting in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Contents for the latest position and forecast track of hurricanes since it became Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impact on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local state and global slots. There is good confidence in the path of Hilary as most fall ensembles from multiple NDRs show little deviation from each other. Unfortunately, even a 25-mile departure from this forecast track will have no implications for the forecast of the county.
There is one new special marine warning.
All right, hey everyone, back here, back at it. So yes, I was looking here this morning. Well, not this morning. I was looking at reports from this morning on social media and seeing that there have been quite a few wind gusts up in the mountainous areas of outside of San Diego, with winds gusting anywhere from 55 to now what we saw in some of those more later reports more recently here, 70. So between 55 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts now are occurring in the higher elevations outside of San Diego. Multiple reports of flash flooding actually well north of Los Angeles. A news report that's just come through here now of a debris flow. This is it Pinyon Pines? However you say it, Pinyon Pines, I assume. Department of Highways is the source. Medium-sized boulder on Highway 74, just east of town, from debris flows. Another debris flow 9 miles southeast of Big Bear City. Department of Highways is the source on that. Rock slide on Highway 38 blocking entire lane. So we're starting to see debris flows, rock slides, winds gusting of 55 to 70 in the higher elevations. And again, this is all before the core of the storm, the core circulation area is even crossed into California yet from Baja, Mexico. So things are definitely starting to crank up here. We're seeing that, no doubt. Also, we're going to be getting into entering tornado threat time here before too long, starting to crank up. The activity that's just south of the U.S.-Mexico border now. That area southwest of Yuma, Arizona, that we're looking at here. This area has got to be watched as it's progressively kind of gets pushed north as the center comes north. Kind of keeping an eye on the velocity on the right side for any signs of rotation. But we definitely have things going in that direction here. Is it Axie? Hey there. Again, the core of this storm, the tropical storm Hilary, and the tropical storm force winds are pretty much south of the blue line that I have here. And especially in this area of more intense precipitation, this is when you're going to really, once this pushes in, this is when things really get going here. But again, even with that said, and without it even being too extreme up to this point or too intense thus far, before the main part of the storm comes in, we're now seeing winds gusting up to 70 miles an hour. Many reports now of winds gusting 55 to 70, some damage. This is in the higher elevation areas east of San Diego. And again, multiple reports of from flooding, again, well north of the Los Angeles metro area, southeast of Bakersfield. So starting to see those reports come in. We're seeing reports of debris flows. We're seeing a report now of a rock slide that's blocking lanes. And again, this is all with just quote unquote from the precipitation and wind well away from the circulation that's going to be moving its way in here shortly, over the next few hours, shortly being relative. keeping an eye on social media here to see So also looks like there's starting to be reports of several serious vehicle accidents in portions of Southern California from the situation. Mount Laguna in San Diego County has already reported over an inch of rain. Other areas, Wrightwood, 1.14 inches. Yeah, a number of areas here in San Diego County now coming in with totals of near to over an inch of rain now. Just look kind of perusing social media here real quick, see if any new reports that I can relay over. Let's take a look at the latest National Hurricane Center update here. I gotta refresh though. Peak intensity of heavy rain expected later today through early Monday morning. So pretty consistent on what they put out there. Look at the public advisory here, see what we got. Yeah, that was still from there before. Alright, so all this is the same at this point. I think the only thing was different is they updated, but I hadn't seen the updated key messages, I think, from before. Let's take a look at the Weather Prediction Center, see if they have any new Meso discussions here. Let's see if this is the same one from earlier. Still the same one. Take a look here at the Natty. I would say that there's power outages in some areas are very likely. W. The main circulation of the storm hasn't even entered the U.S. here yet, and we're already seeing wind gusts of 55 to 70 miles an hour in the mountains of San Diego County. We're starting to get damage and flooding reports, along with rock slide reports coming in. Roads closed in some cases. And this is out ahead of the core and actual tropical storm, actual portion of this thing. Tom, South Vista, California, power out there. We'll see power outages on the increase as today progresses. And you can see this here. One of the concerns here that the Storm Prediction Center called out. Let me pause this for a second here. Show you what I'm referring to. So when we zoom in on this here, you got the center of circulation in this area here. And so you got all this heavy rain, this intense precip here to the north of the center here. That will be, before too long, crossing into Southern California. But then if you notice here, so the areas that, the white being clouds, the areas that are darker in the blue area in the Gulf of California, or the more brown area here, this is some clearing skies within this, and this is what the Storm Prediction Center has called out, that as some of that clearing sky on the front right quadrant gets into afternoon daytime heating, as it gets into Southern California and Western Arizona, that'll be a focal point for supercell development and the tornado threat to increase. So in this scenario, in terms of tornado risk, some of these areas here of breaks in the clouds could actually has a good chance to increase the risk of tornadoes in some of these areas. So this is going to be something we're going to have to really keep an eye on here as things progress. Keeping an eye on this here to see, just kind of getting a look at the clearing slot here. Starting to push in the far southwest, extreme southwest Arizona. A little bit of that sunshine coming through, looks like. That will help destabilize the atmosphere in that area. Over 40,000 now without power in California. And that number is probably higher. Oops, way here. Let's get back to this. We have to be switching off here between the radars in the Yuma area and San Diego. See here. Rob, so it's right along the coastline in Baja, California here. Is it Sari Bear, or other? So correct me on whichever it is. When do we expect supercells to develop in the upper right quadrant? I would say as we get to roughly midday-ish time frame here. So we're at almost 10 a.m. I'd say definitely as we start getting towards lunchtime, noonish time, and definitely into the afternoon hours is when we can expect to really start to see that. You are seeing definitely signs on the radar of where we're starting to see some of that activity start to take on a bit of that look. We were just looking at that satellite imagery, and it does show some breaks in the clouds here over the Gulf of California and near the Arizona border here, southeast of Yuma. And those breaks in the clouds actually will serve as the ability causing destabilization, giving the atmosphere the ability to destabilize and increase the threat of supercell activity, and then that isolated tornado threat. RC, yeah, you should continue to see that as time progresses here. Montana, watching from Montana. Thanks for joining and watching. A lot of heavy rain coming in towards the Los Angeles metro area from the southeast, just offshore. It's moving north-northwest and will be working its way in here shortly. Welcome there, Montana. So you can see here for Los Angeles, some heavier activity just offshore of Oceanside. That'll be working its way up and in. And there'll be more to come behind that. So that's what we're looking at there. Again, the attention really is going to begin to turn to the core of this storm, working its way ever so close to the border here of Mexico and California. Again, we've already seen now, we're seeing storm reports come in of flooding. We've had some flood reports east-southeast of Bakersfield. That's in this area here that's been really getting hit with heavy rain. It's really been coming down in these areas for an extended period of time, so flash flooding is starting to begin in those areas. We have that going on, some road closures due to that. We have a couple of debris flows that were reported. Boulder blocking the road in one case. We've had reports of road closure due to rock slide. And then we've had multiple wind gusts reported here in the mountainous areas east of San Diego, between 55 and 70 mile an hour wind gusts now, and that's ahead of the circulation and not even part of the core tropical storm. RC Tijuana should be going downhill as well. Similar to San Diego, but a little bit sooner than San Diego, as the conditions will decline there first with this coming in from the south. If you go even further north here, let's see here. Further look at the Los Angeles metro area. Again, right now I'm focused on the left-hand panel here. Actually, let me turn it back in a single panel for a moment here. So you had that initial area of steady rain that had gone through and moved out of Los Angeles metro, and now you got a whole bunch coming in from the south-southeast now. This is going to be the next wave here. This is a little more sizable and coverage area as this comes in. So while if you're in Los Angeles metro right now, you're probably feeling like there's not much happening, or it's not even raining at all after some earlier rain. On the doorstep here is more steady to heavy rainfall that's going to be moving in here shortly. And that's only going to increase in coverage and intensity here as the afternoon goes on. Let's see here. I think I saw some of these storm reports already. Yeah. I think I might have seen all of those. Yep. So again, look at the San Diego radar. Things are really picking up. You're starting to see surrounding San Diego now steady to heavy precipitation. The stuff that's offshore, again, this will push its way north and northwest towards the Los Angeles area, and actually areas to the west of Los Angeles. Malibu is going to start getting in on this activity. This will be working its way in. Conditions will go downhill there. RC, it's actually all of the precipitation that we've been talking about is related here to Hilary, including what went through earlier. But it's not part of like the core circulation or core portion of the actual tropical storm. It's precipitation that's just well out in front of the storm, basically. But it's a result of the storms yet still, so to speak, if that makes sense. It's all from the effects of Hilary, but not the core part of the storm that's the actual tropical cyclone area. This rainfall here, these heavy activity here, just south of the border with California and Mexico here. This is intense precipitation coming in. This will also need to be starting to be watched for circulations within, embedded tornadic spin-ups. So we're going to continue to do that. If you haven't already done so and you're on, please be sure to like the stream. That helps us out. And also, if you haven't already, please make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. This area here is really where you're really starting to see the first real, I'll say, like outer bands that actually look and feel more like what you expect with a tropical system, and that is getting towards that circulation.
There is
now.
one new special marine warning.
But this is more of like outer band type activity. You could probably say some of this could be looking like that as well, but definitely more of what you'd expect is what you're seeing here, starting to really crank up here just south of the border. Not really seeing much south of Tucson in those areas right now. It's all really concentrated here. Is going to be concentrated from the center coming up. Ominous looking skies in the Palm Springs area. Montana, so those bands that are those, we'll call it the more outer bands of the core circulation, those have not really crossed in yet to California. They're on the doorstep now, though. Really starting to see that crank up now. Once this activity gets in that we're looking at here, I think then you'll start to see flash flood warnings going up here near just east in the higher elevation area, certainly of San Diego County. If we go north towards Vegas, so the earlier precipitation that had been pretty steady in the Vegas area and points west, north, and even to the northeast, that's starting to push further north now. Vegas has got itself in a bit of a lull, is in a lull right now. But you're starting to see precipitation form now to the south of Vegas along the borders with California and Arizona, down in the Needles area, Lake Havasu City. Things are starting to fire up in that area. And again, you'll start to see more and more come in as the core circulation works its way through. Jose, how bad is it in San Diego? So right now it's definitely been in the San Diego County in the higher elevations just east of downtown San Diego. They're already over areas in there between 1 to 1.5 inches of rainfall now already, and that's before anything of the core here has come in even. A lot of reports in those higher elevations, 55 to 70 mile an hour winds as well. Starting to get some reports of trees down and damage in the area. Again, that's just outside of San Diego itself, in San Diego County. This is from a minute ago. Let me see here. Take a look at something. Just kind of scrolling social media here to see if there's anything else I can find of just general info. Hey there, Hides. Continuing to see more of the flooding footage. From Baja California specifically. All right, so for now, that's what I've seen out here under California weather for social media. Tom, yes indeed. You can see the large area of heavy precipitation just offshore of San Diego and Oceanside, moving north-northwest, and will be coming into the Los Angeles metro area and locales just to the west of Los Angeles metro. No, I don't. Or at least, I'll speak for what we're saying here on the channel. No, I don't believe it's overhyped. Correct. Tom, you said it best. This is a tropical storm and has always been forecast to be a tropical storm when it came into Southern California. So it was never forecast to be a hurricane coming into Southern California. So it's on track in terms of its intensity level as far as being a tropical storm. We're very likely to see, again, major flooding in many areas. We're already getting reports again in just inland here in interior Southern California, away from the coast. Wind gusting in some of the higher elevations up to 70 miles an hour, and that has not even part of the core of the tropical storm's circulation. We've seen some reports now of rock slides, debris flows, flooding, multiple road closures scattered throughout. Dave, no, it's not a tropical depression, and it will be very likely a tropical storm, continue to be as it moves into Southern California here, into the near or just east of San Diego, the center. The Stan. Thanks for joining from Bulgaria. Hope you're doing well over there. We're going to have 24/7 coverage of this as it comes through. I'll be on and off taking breaks throughout the day like I have been. So yeah, Dylan, you being where you're noting that you're at. Large area of heavier precipitations coming in from the south-southeast. Again, really, it's a bit deceptive because all the rain that's come into the Los Angeles metro area up until now has been not part of the tropical storm circulation. It's been a result of the overarching tropical storm that's moving towards the area, but not part of the actual circulation of the tropical storm. You're welcome there, Dave. As you were saying before, too, the first real outer bands of the tropical storm are just south of the border here. This area down here is going to be where you're going to get more of the intense precipitation, definitely more wind, tropical storm force conditions in this area down here as this pushes north-northwest. Well, Truth Seeker, Southern California has not had a tropical storm make it into Southern California and with tropical storm conditions since 1939. So you can, it's all, I guess, personal opinion whether a tropical storm that has not occurred since 1939, tropical cyclone hitting Southern California, there really hasn't been any comparison in probably most of everyone's lifetime that's watching this right now. Also, areas that are going to get more rainfall in a matter of 1 to 6 hours than they typically get in an entire year, that I don't view as hype either. Again, I think the biggest misunderstanding from folks is people that think that there was a big hurricane itself actually coming in to strike, Los Angeles or San Diego. And there's going to be a major, Cat 2, 3, whatever hurricane coming in. That's never been the case. It was never forecast to be the case. It was never forecast to be more than a tropical storm in Southern California. But even that is extremely rare. Hides, yes, Baja California, some areas have had extreme flooding from this storm. Rob, I don't at this point. I think it's pretty locked in on where it's headed here. It's the center of circulation is going to highly likely go somewhere between San Diego to just east of San Diego and then work its way up from there. Let's see. The Storm Prediction Center might have put out did they put out an updated? Let's see here. And pretty much the same here. So nothing really new on the Storm Prediction Center's update. At least at this point. So there's a cell associated with the outer band here south of the U.S.-Mexico border, about just over 70 miles south of Yuma, Arizona. That's a good example. One, that's the area where there's the tornado threat working its way north now. But, you know, we're looking for certain signs. I would say this activity here, for example, these little embedded low top cells come through here. This could be one that has the potential for tornadic activity, would need to be watched. Although, again, that's still 70 miles south. Of Yuma. But that's what I'm referring to. So it's going to be those embedded cells within those bands as they come in that we'll be watching for tornadic activity. Booze Traveler, I'd put Hurricane Ian up there as a major one just from last summer or fall. Some precip could get into Washington State. I think that I think mostly east of there, but far southeastern portion of the state, southeast of Spokane, that area has the potential to get some decent precipitation out of this. In October of 2018, Booze Traveler, Hurricane Michael was the first Category 5 hurricane to landfall in the U.S. since Andrew. Fortunately, relatively speaking, where the area that went in was a portion of the eastern panhandle to around close to the Big Bend area there that's a little more remote, not highly populated, relatively speaking, compared to many of the other areas in Florida. But that was a Cat 5.
There is one new special marine warning.
Just kind of perusing social media here, see if there's anything to note. Hey there, Crystal. So again, the first outer bands here, the real outer bands are starting to approach the U.S.-Mexico border here between San Diego and Yuma, Arizona. RC, I think that that area that you're referring to there is going to be in some of the maximum impact zone here for rain, wind, etc. Crystal, do you have a time estimate for when it gets to Los Angeles? You're very welcome on the stream. Glad that you find it informative and helpful. So Los Angeles, if you look at it from, if we just kind of, it's kind of a bit of a loaded question because there's been precipitation that's been moving through, and I think folks have been reacting to it because it's like, well, some steady rain went through a little bit. It lightened up. Doesn't seem like much. It must be no big deal. But there's definitely another batch of heavier precipitation that's moving into Los Angeles, in and over the Los Angeles area now, especially the eastern and southeastern portions of the metro area. But that is all not part of this actual circulation with Tropical Storm Hilary. This is all just precipitation that's overrun out in front of the actual tropical storm itself. But this precipitation is going to continue into the Los Angeles area now through the rest of the morning into the afternoon. But then the core of this tropical storm, best place to see it here now. It's pretty much down here, still well south of San Diego, but the outer bands of it are starting to get themselves more organized and are really about to get into the area, in a mountainous area just east of San Diego. The center will move its way from where it's at, kind of not meander, but kind of move along the coast here. Probably come in somewhere just east of San Diego, downtown, so just east of there, as this moves northward. So, given that the time there right now is about 10:40 a.m., probably mid to late afternoon, Los Angeles, by the time this actually moves in, roughly. It's moving at about 25 miles an hour, so you can see it's still down here well south of San Diego, the center of the circulation. But those the northern, more intense area here will be getting into the San Diego area and along the U.S.-Mexico border before too long. So again, that's where it's kind of tricky, because you have that rain and steady and even some pockets of heavy rain coming in now and have been through some of the area there, but it's still not part of the actual core circulation. And is it emit? Yes. So San Diego has not seen the outer band yet. It's to San Diego southeast. You can see it. It looks like it's kind of sizing up San Diego right now is the best way to put it. You're welcome there, Crystal. Thanks for checking out the channel and joining. Glad to have you here. Dave, is the red gone from the storm? Just say a little bit more there. When you say the red, are you talking about which thing? The radar red, or are you talking about like one of the maps we've shown earlier? Definitely the most significant impacts, though, from this is going to be east, just east of the center of circulation. So again, if I draw that here before, and Crystal, this is based on the question you were asking related to it. So again, generally speaking, let's just say this is roughly the way that it moves. It's going to be just east of the center of circulation that will take on probably the most intense portion of the tropical storm. Heavy rain and gusty winds and so forth will still occur, certainly all along the area here in Los Angeles. It won't have the absolute maximum impact of this versus the right side, or the east and northeast side, is known as the right front quadrant of the storm. That's also, this area out to the east here is also where that elevated tornado threat is as well. Crystal, yes, I do. Storm Chaser WX1. That's actually, we're listed as TRD Pro Storm Chaser. It's at Storm Chaser WX1 there. We have that on Twitter as well. We're on Facebook, on Twitch, so most of the platforms, on TikTok as well, though I haven't been on there as much recently. But yeah, Instagram I do have. My little puppy is, sounds like he's getting riled up about something. May have to go get him. All right, let me go get him real quick. Let's calm him down. I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, Alhambra, Van Nuys, Mount Wilson, Culver City, Encino, Inglewood, Northridge, and Santa Monica. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood turnaround. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Remain alert for flooding even in locations not receiving rain. Arroyos, streams, and rivers can become raging killer currents in a matter of minutes, even from distant rainfall. This is a marine weather statement for the following inner waters from Point Mugu to San Mateo Point, California, including Santa Catalina and Santa Barbara Islands. Gusty easterly winds ahead of weakening Hurricane Hilary could impact the Southern California bight and exposed locations on Catalina Island today. Gusty east to northeast winds of 20 to 30 knots with higher gusts and choppy seas of 3 to 5 feet will likely develop over the inner coastal waters, mainly from the Channel Islands southward. These winds will especially affect nearshore areas from Ventura to Santa Monica, including Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands. These winds also have the potential to move through the San Pedro Channel and impact most of the unprotected front side of Catalina Island, including Avalon and two harbors. There is the potential for Hilary to take a slightly more western track, and if this were to happen, the seas impacting the area would be larger than forecast. These conditions have a history of vessel damage and loss of life. Mariners should avoid these areas or remain in safe harbor until conditions improve. Avalon Harbor should not be considered safe harbor during this event. A flood watch. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible? Where? Los Angeles County. When? From 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time this morning through Monday morning. Impacts. Excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low water crossings may be flooded. Of particular concern is the Antelope Valley and San Gabriel Mountains, where there is a high threat for significant and dangerous flooding, especially on the roads. Additional details. Tropical system Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains and deserts. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. A flood watch. What flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible? Where? Ventura County and a portion of Santa Barbara County. When? From 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time this afternoon through Monday morning. Impacts. excessive runoff from expected heavy rain may result in flooding of creeks, roads, urban areas, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Low-water crossings may be flooded. Additional details: Tropical System Hilary will move over Southern California and bring the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms. http://www.weather.gov/safety/ flood. Avoid travel on Sunday into Monday, especially in the mountains. You should monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Here is the latest weather synopsis. Please visit the National Hurricane Center's webpage, www.nhc.gov. Refresh graphics at 4+ SHTML/061248 Tune contents for the latest position and forecast track of Tropical Storm Hilary. For further information on Hilary and its impacts on southwestern California, please see the latest hurricane local statement /LOX. There is good confidence in the track of Hilary as most all on.
All right, I'm back. I actually have them with me here, so I'll put them up to the camera. So there he is. That's Stormy. An appropriate name for my little guy. See if you can see him there. I think he's getting a little restless. He is 5 pounds, or just under 5 pounds, and he is, let's see now, about seven months old. All right. So I'm going to try having him here with me in my lap, and if he gets too restless, then I'll set him down. Not sure yet what he wants. Tried to take him out. He didn't seem to need to do that. It's funny when he wants to play and so forth, he'll start challenging me to duels. He'll give me this stare down like, let's go. And then he'll start like doing his little play growls and so forth. After he eats, he also likes to take his food bowl and he takes off with it like it's a trophy or his grand prize, the actual bowl that he eats out of. And then he takes it to his bed, and he's got like a collection of different things. It's almost like a little doggy dumpster, his bed. But that's what he likes, little puppy. All right, I'll put you down. There you go. All right, so back at it here. So again, this first real outer band is really starting to intensify here, just south of the border of California and Mexico here. It's really gotten its act together. Intense rainfall totals in this will be occurring. This area will begin to have the increasing threat of tornadic activity here. It's moving into the area that is in that elevated threat area. Ray, your roommate went surfing. Well, bit of a daredevil there. Weakness does not exist in this dojo. I take it you are a fan of Cobra Kai. Yeah, I can point out here the outer band. So let me pause this, the motion here. And I will kind of box it in here in a kind of a rectangle here. That is your intense outer band. It's really starting to spiral in from the center of the storm, which is still, again, south down here in this area, where we're not able to even see the radar coverage all that well still. But that is what we're seeing here. And you can see it's starting to make its move more north to north-northwest towards the border here. And it's just starting to cross into Southern California at this time. See here if there's excuse me, any updates. From the National Hurricane Center. Okay, yeah, so their new update just came in. Let's take a look at it here. We'll come back to this. I don't even think they've updated their graphic yet, but the public advisory is updated. So their headlines here: Hilary makes landfall over the northern Baja California peninsula. They continue to refer to catastrophic and life-threatening flooding likely over portions of the southwestern U.S. through Monday. Maximum sustained winds are down just a touch from what was 70 miles per hour sustained maximum. Back at the last update, it's now 65 miles per hour maximum sustained. Continuing to move to the north-northwest at 25 miles per hour. No changes to watches or warnings with this advisory. Let's see what they say on the discussion here. Move across, the center will move across Southern California later this afternoon. Hilary is expected to remain a tropical storm as it heads into Southern California. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 240 miles from the center. An observation, let's see where this is. Look this up real fast. They had a recent observation northwest here. Let me flip back to the radar for a second. Zoom in here. Basically right in this area right here. This is east of San Diego. Observation there, sustained of 39 miles per hour with a gust to 63 miles an hour. Observation in Crestwood, California, sustained 38 miles per hour, gust to 53. And that's outside of where the core of circulation is of the tropical storm. So that gives you an idea. That's in the areas that are even outside of that outer band here, sustained right at that threshold, almost right at tropical storm threshold, with gusts in excess of 50 miles an hour and even up to 63 there. So that gives you an idea. That is that tropical storm, more intensity starting to work its way in. Let's see what else they have to say here. Tropical storm conditions are beginning to spread into the tropical storm warning area of Southern California, which is right just over the Mexico border there. That'll spread northward through the afternoon, so that's what we've been talking about. We talked about winds will be particularly strong and gusty in a near elevated terrain. Higher gusts are expected well inland and will persist even after the system basically is no longer a tropical system, but post-tropical as well. So that's their latest update. So here we'll just continue to zero in on what we're seeing here. That is definitely a very intense band that's coming in there. That really is the true beginning of tropical storm conditions. What we're seeing there in that outer band. And just north of that, since we just seen sustained winds pretty much right at the threshold for tropical storm with gusts 50 to 65-ish in that window. So let's go back to this radar just to the, excuse me, to the east. So here's that outer band that we're talking about here, and we're really zeroing in on. Let's pause this and take a look at the velocities here. So here you can see in this, I'm going to circle a few areas on the right panel. So this panel on the right, if you're not familiar with it, where I'm at over here, this is known as the velocity. Think of this as how you look for rotation and look for tornadic indicators. So green colors represent wind blowing towards the radar. Red is blowing away from the radar. So anywhere that you get some green and reds kind of tight together, close and compact in a small area can indicate rotation. Sometimes rotation can be a looser rotation. Sometimes it can be more compact, and when you'd have more likely a tornado situation. But a few spots here in this to note, anywhere where you start to see these areas here, and the timing, let's see, the timing is about a 3-minute difference just on the data feed from the left panel to the right. So the left one is 3 minutes ahead in terms of like exactly where the circles are showing up here. But there's a few areas here. Again, this is south of the U.S.-Mexico border. But these are all areas to keep an eye on. This is where you would potentially get tornadic activity. Hey there, Larry. Thanks for joining. Rob's coin. So yes, the window of time really for like main impacts from this is really this afternoon into this evening to nightish time frame. So yeah, generally what you said makes sense in terms of that window of time. By morning, because the pace of this has accelerated some, I think a little bit more than originally forecast. That will allow it to push through quicker. Therefore, probably tomorrow morning, some of these areas that are getting in on this now will start to be cleared out and in better shape, at least in terms of active precipitation, so forth. Certainly can be ongoing significant flooding impacts in areas that have that going on, though. So again, we're watching multiple little areas here of note. The radar updated on me there, so it's a little bit on. But basically, in this first real outer band of the tropical storm, it is basically, like I said before, best way to say it, sizing up the California side of the U.S.-Mexico border right now. That is this activity right here, this lengthy band. That is your area of most intense precipitation right now. This area has the threat for tornadoes. Amit, thank you. Really appreciate the feedback there. Glad that you're finding it beneficial. Also, if you haven't already done so, please like the stream. That helps us out. Also, best way you can help us out as well is to subscribe and turn on notifications to the channel, and then share with family, friends, others. That really helps us out as well. So that's your outer band. Again, here's Yuma, Arizona over here. Here's San Diego over here. This thing is spiraling its way into closer to the San Diego area. Whether that actual band hits downtown San Diego, we shall see. It may end up skirting to the northeast, but we're going to just have to kind of watch. It looks like it will go to the northeast of downtown San Diego, this specific one. Yeah, Lee, excuse me. Wind-wise, the higher elevations definitely can have some significant damaging winds with this. And get myself some water. Definitely got to stay hydrated. Could be there, Ray. Yeah, Anaheim area, Cobretti. Right now, there's been steady rain on and off in the area. That's actually not part of the core circulation of the tropical storm. It's associated with the tropical storm, but not part of that core circulation. It's kind of precipitation has outrun the core of the storm. But conditions should continue to see more and more precipitation, heavier precipitation spiraling in from the southeast as the afternoon progresses there. You take care there, Lee. Thanks for tuning in from the UK. Bill, you probably need to check the device on your end because there have been almost no complaints about audio or at any point when we do our live streams. You're welcome there, Cobretti. Hey there, Charm. Still going here. We're pushing 12 hours on our live stream. Been taking breaks on and off here as I can. Hey there, DJ. Yeah, just powering through, keeping hydrated. Had some food a little while ago. Just stepped away a bit. Hey there, Lori. Thanks for joining from Las Vegas. Hope you're doing well. So if we are to get any of our first tornado warnings issued, it would likely occur here with this first real outer band that's really intense, about to cross into California. Larry, California, Oregon, the eastern half, especially the eastern third of Oregon, is going to have impacts from this. Heavy rainfall will come in with the system after it's post-tropical, so to speak, no longer considered to be a tropical storm or any tropical characteristics to it, but will still have very heavy rainfall associated with it. So eastern third of Oregon definitely has heavy rain and flash flood threat. Welcome, Larry.
There is one new special marine warning.
But yeah, if we were to get any tornado activity or tornado warning activity, it's in Southern California right now. It's probably going to be kind of focused in on this area in the near term. We shall see. Pause this for a second, really keeping an eye on some of this. Just kind of dissecting what I'm seeing here. Oh yeah. So there is an area of rotation here that I definitely am seeing. So if you are, let's just zoom in on this a bit. So this is south of the U.S.-Mexico border. So here, this is the border. California above it, Mexico below it. Area of rotation is right here. I've seen this now on multiple frames on the right-hand panel here. But that area there that I circled on the right-hand panel, excuse me, this has rotation in it right here. As this moves northward, let's see here, west of Holtville, Imperial, California, Dixieland, along Interstate 8 here. These would be areas that I would, if you're watching from any of these areas here, you ought to be getting yourself alert and prepared here for two reasons. One, you're about to get the first real intense outer band of this tropical storm that's going to be crossing over into Southern California here. It's starting to, actually. West of Dixieland, it's already started to cross over into California there. But this area in particular, right in here, and then in this area over here, is where I'm seeing the rotation. This is where there could be potential tornadic activity. So you're going to want to watch down in this area, or up in this area here, for any possible tornado warnings.
There is one new special marine warning.
Bill, I haven't seen reports of the wave height activity. Admittedly, I also haven't really looked at that so far. Let's see here. Even Holtville here is probably going to need to keep an eye out on this too. We got a couple of flash flood warnings out now. Going to start up here in the Los Angeles metro area. There's now a flash flood warning, including Lancaster, Palmdale. Let's take a look at what we got here. So yeah, starting to really get some problems here. And actually, one other thing I need to make sure I do is turn on Meso-scale discussions here too. I almost forgot when I saw that. Let's see, they issued here 109 Central. So recently, Storm Prediction Center has a Meso-scale discussion out for Southeast California, Southwest Arizona, extreme Southern Nevada. Tornado watch issuance possible. So that's exactly what the activity that I'm referring to here that looks like it's trying to go tornadic, getting into that area. They're basically, a Storm Prediction Center is watching kind of short-term trends here with these bands as they're coming in to decide whether or not a tornado watch will be issued at this point. I'd say early indications are that if this trend continues, there's, I'd say, better than 50% chance that they're going to issue a tornado watch on this. But let's go back here now. We'll keep an eye on that. Flash flood warning just outside of Los Angeles here. This is in effect till 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. Antelope Valley, Los Angeles County Mountains, and the San Clarita Valley. And basically at 11 a.m. Pacific time, Doppler radar and rain gauge reports indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Rainfall rates of up to 1 inch per hour will be common. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. Heavier rainfall with embedded thunderstorms are expected this afternoon and evening, with local rates of 1.5 inches per hour. Flash flooding in this area is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Dangerous, life-threatening flash flooding expected. As always with flooding, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roadways.
There is one new special marine warning.
Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Also,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for California.
All right, so they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. This is our first of the day here in California. And this is with that storm I've been watching here and calling out that's got some tornadic potential with it. But let me finish up real fast on this flash flood warning, and then we'll go over to that severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. So like I mentioned before, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. That's the common saying. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings. And then also, important point to note, remain alert for flooding even in locations that are not receiving rain. Basically, rivers, streams, etc. can all become raging killer currents in a matter of minutes, even from distant rainfall. So again, this is where that's a real risk, and even if you were somewhere where there wasn't precipitation at the time, that can happen. Flash flood damage threat in this area is considerable. So again, this is a flash flood warning, including Lancaster, Palmdale, San Clarita, Quartz Hill, Lake Los Angeles, Little Rock. The second flash flood warning that's been issued is associated now with this outer band that's coming in. That's prompted this flash flood warning here. Let's take a look at the verbiage on this one. Southeastern San Diego County till 2:30 Pacific time, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. At 11:25 a.m., radar indicated heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Life-threatening flash flooding. Flash flood damage threat here also considerable. And keeping in mind that they're under a flash flood warning now, and this intense band is pivoting in. Now let's go back here and take a look at our severe thunderstorm here. First of the day. We have our first flash flood warnings and first severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see if they tag it with tornado possible. This is for a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Imperial County until 12:15 p.m. Pacific time. 60-mile-an-hour winds are noted. Tornado possible tagged on it. So the National Weather Service, for those who aren't familiar, they'll issue severe thunderstorm warnings, and where they feel like there's a threat for it to go tornadic or tornado warned, they will put that verbiage in there to kind of say, hey, this is a severe thunderstorm, but we're watching it to potentially become a tornado or a tornado warning with it. So this is the one I've been talking about here for the last like half hour or so that really needed to be watched exactly in the area here that we've been talking about. And that exact area of rotation that I was talking about right in this area here. So there's actually a few areas like embedded within this. All in here. I'm looking at the right-hand side of this. Go back here. Just circle the area right here. So on the right-hand panel here, you can see this is this area of some rotation there. This could very easily go tornado warned at any time. If you are in these areas here, in this severe thunderstorm warning, I would consider yourself to be in a tornado warning, even though one is not issued. This has the potential to go tornadic here. It's tagged as tornado possible. We're seeing some rotation there in this thing just over the border.
There is one new special marine warning.
I'm going to pause that again here. Really intense rain in this. Take a look at different angles on this. See it there on that angle. Seeing it on this angle. So again, if you're in these areas here that I have that are in this yellow box, centered around Imperial and areas just to the west, east, and south of Imperial here, I would consider yourself to be in a tornado warning. Bill, yes indeed. You got it right. And glad to have you joining us, that you're new and stumbled into us. Appreciate you joining. So again, if you are in these areas here, consider yourself in a tornado warning at this point. If one's not issued, then so be it, but there's definitely been some rotation here. The severe thunderstorm warning is tagged by the National Weather Service with a tornado possible on it. And we've been watching this and calling this out as a risk area for about the last 30 plus minutes. That's why I was saying, the goal here on the channel is really to give even earlier lead time on things. We talked about earlier how the flash flood threat was going to be ramping up, and be prepared for those flash flood warnings to really start going up around the metro areas. We're starting to see that now, a couple of them that were issued. And then same thing with the severe thunderstorm activity. We're talking about this tornado threat heading into this area that's now severe warned, probably about a half hour before any warning was issued here.